Well, good evening, everybody, and happy Halloween. Why aren't you all out trick-or-treating? Maybe it's not quite that time yet over on the West Coast. Maybe it's a little too late over here on the East Coast. I don't know. But what I do know is that day 15 in State versus Richard Allen, the state rested their case today. And I got to tell you, I do not think they ended on the strong point that they were hoping for. We're going to break it all down. It was a very interesting day. It was a very interesting day. A lot of things happened. A lot of some kind of odd stuff, some observations I made. Things were a little different around the courtroom today. So I'm going to tell you all about it. But the bottom line, guys, those confessions on the phone, oof, those did not land. Those did not land. And the state just really didn't do itself any favors with how they represented those phone calls. The things that they said were going to be on them. Because then the jury gets to hear it with their own ears and they realize the state is lying to us. Once you lose your trust with the jury, boy, that's an awful hard thing to get back. So I'm going to be interested to see what kind of impression that makes in the long run. We also got the first two defense witnesses today. First little efforts at chipping away at the state's theory, planting the little seeds that they're going to hope to grow into a case for reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. So let's get into it. It was Halloween today, so I had my special necklace, brought this all the way in home. This is an Elkington art piece. If you aren't familiar with Heidi Elkington over on Instagram, she's amazing. Go check her out. She makes the most amazing things when I'm in my normal studio and I have the fish behind me. The fish are Heidi art. So this wonderful little skull piece that I really enjoyed. It's actually two-sided. You can wear it both ways. Wear it both ways. This was my little Halloween festivity today. One of the jurors also joined us with Halloween festivities. He had a patterned shirt on that had some skulls on it, so he was feeling the season. While we're on our style watch, let's talk about Brad Rosie. Today he was in a medium gray suit. He had a very light blue shirt on, and his tie today was this very colorful white background with a diagonal stripe that was broken into a diamond kind of pattern of different colors. And the colors I pulled from this tie, I pulled blue, I pulled orange, I pulled silver, and I pulled brown. And this is all on a kind of light background. So yet another eye-catching tie from Mr. Rosie's collection. He should start a line or something. I think he could probably do quite well with that. So let's get into it. We started off the day with some legal arguments. So didn't really jump right into the evidence. We were outside the presence of the jury before the jury came in. It means they had a delay. This ultimately took about half an hour for the court to sort out. So the jury was sitting back there in their room for quite a bit longer than they're normally used to getting started in the morning. We started with Mr. McLeland first moving to admit an affidavit from somebody who is named Dawn Stevens, and on the representation that they thought that this witness was going to testify tomorrow. Mr. Rosie said, "I'm not calling her." That did give us a clue right away. Okay, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we're talking about defense witnesses. So got a pretty good idea now what our schedule is going to look like. Then there was a reference. I'm not sure if this is still 312. I think it is. me actually check the very end of my notes here, because that will make it clear. This item was referred to as a business records affidavit. And so, yeah, no, this was not the same thing. So this was something else, just referred to an affidavit of business records. So Mr. Rosie stated that he didn't recall seeing this on the exhibit list, and that they had seen it before in pretrial hearings, but it was not put on the exhibit list for evidence at trial. So this was an objection to this affidavit of business records. An affidavit of business records is it's a document that a party can get from a custodian of records to essentially lay the foundation to establish something as a business record. A business record is an exception to the hearsay rule. So normally, document, it's got writing on it outside of court. You want to rely on that writing. It's hearsay. You got to meet it in. The business records exception is a way to get that in. And so typically the foundation is just that this is a document that was kept in the ordinary course of business. It's a type of document that is relied upon ordinarily in the course of business. It was made around the time of the events described in it. And it's, a true and accurate copy of the business record. So this affidavit is just a way for them to try to get that established without having to call live witnesses in for the purpose of being able to present whatever the hearsay item is that you want. So Mr. McLeland says that, he responds, he says he doesn't recall whether or not he put it on the exhibit list, but from his perspective, the defense clearly had it. And the judge says she's not concerned about it not being on the list if the defendant clearly knew about it. Why do I think if the defense left something off their exhibit list, there might be a little bit more of a fuss about that. And so Mr. Rosie said, well, I can call her. So he doesn't seem particularly bothered by this. And the judge says, I'm going to deny. She just denied the admission of that particular item on the defense objection. So I don't know what that was all about. If anybody knows what Dawn Stevens is on about, you can tell us about that. But Mr. Rosie made it clear he wasn't going to call her, and the judge went ahead and rejected that exhibit. We then had the state proffering exhibits 306 to 309, and they represented that these were 4 pictures of Richard Allen that had been taken by his cell phone, and that there had been an issue about the state providing the dates. So I was trying to remember when this came up. There were a couple things today. I was trying to remember when these came up. I wasn't able to, I got a lot of notes here. I wasn't able to quite get through everything. And I checked a couple of the places where I thought it might have been, but I didn't see it there, at least not on a quick glance. So I didn't really get a chance to dig in where this came up. But what I do recall this coming up. And the objection that the defense had raised was that the photos were produced. They didn't have any timestamps. These are apparently photos that don't have metadata, which is a little unusual. But so the defense had argued that without the timestamps, they don't know when these are taken, and the state had offered them for the purpose of trying to show what Mr. Allen looked like before the time of the murders. So it was, I remember Mr. McLeland responding to this objection and saying, oh, the timestamps don't matter. We're just offering them to show what he looked like before the murders. Well, then the timestamps matter because you're making a representation about the time frame that they represent. So that one, apparently was just taken under submission at the time. Maybe it was rejected and they're just trying again. I couldn't hunt that down on short notice, but I do recall that little detail. So Mr. McLeland said that there had been an issue about the state providing the dates. He had a conversation with Officer Cecil, the one who's the later of the cell phone extraction guys that the state has used. And he said it's going to take a long time to extract it. So the state moved to just go ahead and admit it without the dates. He cited a civil case from 2023 that just had something to do with admitting pictures in a civil case, just kind of a little different than admitting pictures in a criminal case. But he argued it was relevant to show what he looked like before the offense. And so they said that they would address it after lunch. That would give the defense some time to look at it, some time to read it. I'm not sure what we're reading on these photos, but give the defense some time to basically consider that. And so McClelland said if it was fine, they would just take that back up before they rest. The state then said that they intended to bring in the phone calls, that there were 7 that they intended to play. The foundation for these phone calls had already been stipulated to, so he was just going to move to admit them ahead of time so they can go ahead and play them, and it would be seamlessly, and they didn't have to go through one by one. Here's the foundation for this, play it. Here's the foundation for this, play it. Even though they kind of ultimately ended up doing not what they did was not really that different from that anyway. We'll get to it. So they also had transcripts that they had prepared that at least ostensibly record the contents of these phone calls. And so they wanted the jury to be able to have these transcripts not in evidence, not as pieces of evidence, but as aids, so that they would be able to follow along as they listened to the audio recordings. So that was allowed. The judge basically had the bailiff, Mr. McClelland would hand the transcripts over to the bailiff. They'd get distributed to the jury. They would listen to the audio, and then the bailiff would take all of the transcripts back. So they don't get to keep them. I did notice that the judge did instruct them that it was just there to be an aid, and that it wasn't to be admitted. But I don't recall her saying anything to the effect that in the event of a conflict in your perception of what is said on the audio recording and what is said in the transcript, that it is the audio recording that is the evidence. That's what you need to defer to. And so that's a situation. It doesn't come, I've never seen it happen like this, where they just hand it out as an aid like this. But I think that does happen. That's not like super unheard of. But I have seen situations where there has been both what they did is they admitted the audio recording as the evidence, and then treated the transcript as a demonstrative. And in that case, the jury got a similar instruction like this, that, you're getting these two things. This is really intended to help you. This is not something that you're supposed to be considering really for the fact. So in the event of like if you don't have a memory, if your memory fails, or if you find a conflict there, you think that the audio says something different than the transcript says, basically, then you need to rely on your perception. Like the transcript, you can't give that greater weight just because it's there in a written page. And that always does concern me a little bit, is just because it's hard to hear audios, but it's easy to read a transcript. And so it's just the potential for suggestiveness there, and the possibility that the jury puts a little bit too much weight on this written word that may or may not be what the jury thinks is being said on those recordings. So that was our process. So they admitted Exhibit 313. This was a zip drive that contained all 7 of the recordings. So then at this point, Mr. Rosie, he agreed that there was a stipulation as to foundation, but he argued that there were a series of phone calls that occurred on April the 3rd of 2003. Basically, 3 of them that happened right in a row. At 3:12 a.m., the first call, Mr. Allen called his parents, Janice and Marvin. At 5:14 a.m., he called his wife, Kathy. And then at 8:45 a.m., he called his wife, Kathy, again. And the state had prepared transcripts of those calls as well. They had provided them to the defense. And so Mr. Rosie argues that the state is not offering up the 3:12 phone call, the one that's the first in the morning, the first in this sequence of events. And he says that in that one, there are no admissions of guilt, at least not directly. He's telling his mom and his stepdad that he doesn't know how much longer he'll stay lucid, that he thinks he's losing his mind. He's professing his innocence. He's saying he's been mentally tortured and that he knows that he's on camera. So then Mr. Rosie cites Rule 106, the rule of completeness. I've been talking about this one before. This has come up in the past. And so this is the idea that if a statement is otherwise going to be hearsay, if the state introduces part of a statement, then the other side can ask to admit any other part of the statement or even a different statement, anything basically that is necessary to put that statement in context so that the jury is not misled about what it means. The problem in this situation, as I've mentioned before, this is kind of a technical distinction here, but Mr. Allen, he can't admit his own statements in trial. His statements are hearsay when he offers them, unless he can point to some hearsay exception for why that wouldn't apply. The state can offer Mr. Allen's statements because when the state offers them, they are admissions of a party opponent, and that's an exception to the hearsay rule. So what happens, and this is so common. I mean, I literally brought up the scenario, I don't know, a couple days ago, where the state will cherry pick things out of context. You can say you're innocent 500 times, and the one time you say something incriminating, they'll pull that out. They'll present just that in evidence, and then you're stuck because what's left is hearsay if you try to get it in. So it's very, very misleading, and just one of these ways that the rule is. These are old rules, and this one is just maybe not suited to the modern era of audio recordings and stuff like that. So pretty much the way around that is to argue this rule of completeness. You know, that basically if you take this so far out of context, you create a misleading impression about the totality of what is being said. So Mr. Rosie argues that the rule of completeness means that it's accurate, but in fairness, there are other parts or other documents, other things that must be considered at the same time. He says the state is intentionally omitting this 312 phone call is attempting to produce facts out of context. He says that the three calls are essentially continuous, like they go one by one by one. He says there's hearsay issues for us if we want to admit it, and that's very challenging. So he argues he's just asking that if the state is going to play two and three, that number one would be admitted as well. Mr. McLeland responds that the calls that he is going to play, they are complete in themselves. And he argues the parade of horribles, right? Under Mr. Rosie's theory, every Department of Corrections call would be admissible. Well, only if it's necessary to put that particular statement in context. And then he argues that the defendant has an absolute right to call Mr. Allen to introduce whatever they want. Well, he knows this is needling Mr. Rosie because that's not an alternative. Like if it's admissible under the rules of evidence, then it doesn't matter. You don't get to admit it that way. You have to admit it this other way. And so Mr. Rosie responds that for what the state is doing is they're pitting Mr. Allen's Fifth Amendment right, his right to not self-incriminate, to not testify, to remain silent, and they are pitting that against the evidence rules. He says there are multiple times the jury has been given a partial picture by the state. So he's now wanting to make his record. He's making a record. He offers up this transcript of this 312 phone call. And he starts going through it line by line. I wasn't able to get all of the notations because he was running through these things very fast. And I was prioritizing more the substance of what the contents were. Because this bothered him, this argument that, just put Mr. Allen on the stand. Like that doesn't, that's nothing. Like that's a nothing decision. So how much longer he'll be lucid, that he's losing his mind, There was something that I missed, like never do something. He would never do something. Then about his family being extorted, being mentally tortured for the last 5 to 6 months, feels like he's in Guantanamo, mentions that he's being on camera. And then the final one was something that I just couldn't hear him say. So he argued that all of these are pertinent in the context of the other statements because this was a series of calls that occurred like back to back to back, all at the same time. He's also offering up transcripts of the other calls because he wants all of this in the record. He says, for a clean record, I'm gonna give you all of these transcripts so that you can see how these things relate to each other. Mr. McLeland responds that they are not offering 3 phone calls on the same day. They're offering 2 phone calls on May the 10th. So the transcripts that the defendant wants to rely on are handed up. He says that in this series of calls, he will talk about the previous calls that he made. So it's essentially like one line of communication over several hours that day. And so for the jury to have the whole context is exactly what the rule is for. The judge responds, she's clarifying these are all on April the 3rd of 2023. And Mr. Rosie just repeats, we should play all of these or we should play none of them. So the judge says, I've had a chance to buzz the transcripts. The Rule 106 applies to statements by the defendant. She says if we were talking about a partial statement, we'd be saying one thing, but they are complete in themselves, and you can admit it yourself. So she is going to admit the exhibit. If it were, she kind of reiterates, if it were a portion of a phone call that would be one thing, but they are introducing a phone call from beginning to end. So I don't think the rule of completeness applies. So Mr. Rosie, he responds to this and he is pinning her down. He's pinning her down to her reasoning. He says any other, in the rule, like it doesn't say you're stuck to this document or you're stuck to this statement. It literally says right in the rule, any other document or statement. It's right there in the rule. Judge says, I understand. I'm also looking at the phone calls. So at this point, Mr. Baldwin jumps in as well. Like this, I think they think is important that in the call that they're playing, he's referring to that call. And so it's going to confuse the jury if they don't know, what he's talking about. And so Mr. Baldwin asks for clarification. Are you saying we can bring it in without him testifying? And the judge answers, that's entirely up to you. Well, certainly it isn't entirely up to them if the judge is going to admit it without the need for him to testify. And so Mr. Baldwin asks for clarification again, and she gives him exactly the same answer. That's entirely up to you. So she's not answering the question. She's not going to do them the courtesy of answering it directly because she knows and they know she's not going to let it in. She's going to accept the state's reasoning that even though the rule does explicitly seem to contemplate this situation that she's saying isn't contemplated by the rule, she's going to make them have to put Mr. Allen on the stand if they want to get this phone call into evidence. Now, from my personal perspective, I don't think this phone call, even given the content of it, I just don't know that it's really that critical because we heard all this yesterday, that he was protesting his innocence. A lot of this came out through Dr. Walla's notes. And we're going to hear some more of this stuff in these recordings. So the judge then on her own accord, brings up Exhibit 289 and said that this is a document the state had offered that there is no additional argument. I was also with this one trying to look back and find out where it was because I do vaguely remember this coming up. This relates to that FUJAC account. This email account. And at some point there was some testimony about it. And I couldn't locate it on short notice to hammer in, remind me where exactly this had come up when the state had offered Exhibit 289. So Ms. Auger, but it had gotten, I think, an authentication objection. So Ms. Auger responds to this that the business record certification provided by Google doesn't include any information about the state, the document that the state is trying to admit. She says the state is trying to admit a police report, which I believe is, she indicates, is from Officer Vito, about these certain Google searches, and the Google record contains no such searches, so it doesn't authenticate what they're trying to do. There's a lot to unpack here. The state wants to admit Vito's police report. In and of itself, this is a problem. You don't. We've talked about this. This is not only hearsay, a police report written out of court. This is not only hearsay. This is testimonial hearsay. This is like hearsay turned up to 11 because it implicates his confrontation rights. When it's hearsay that is made for the purpose of prosecuting somebody, for the purpose of trying to build a case against them, and it pretty much always includes statements to or by law enforcement in the course of an investigation, then the Fifth Amendment right attaches. It's pretty unequivocal, and the witness has to be there. So we did have Vito testify. And so then you kind of run into the issue of, well, if he's going to testify, then the best evidence is his report, is his testimony. It's not his report. You just have him on the stand and testify to whatever would be in his report. So it's this very strange situation where they're not calling Vito to testify to this stuff. Apparently, they just want to get his report in. So I saw Vito and I found his testimony, and I was trying to go back through here, and I just really couldn't find it on a real short notice. Just real quick, gonna see if maybe I can find it. They were at Exhibit 212 back at this point. Yeah. I'm just not seeing where this happened. I got my notes here for Dave Vito. He just talked about the search warrant execution, and he brought in all of the photos that they took during the search warrant execution. So this is where we saw, this is where we saw the car. This is where we're able to see the car and see the rims that they're saying are so unique. And no, I mean, they're maybe not standard, but they're definitely not unique. They're just run-of-the-mill upgrade wheels for a sport package. And we also saw the keepsake box, the Winchester. I remember this in particular because, they had taken that bullet out of the keepsake box to photograph it. And Ms. Auger, made the point to question whether that was professional. Was that unprofessional for them to photograph it that way? She was doing it in a very sing-song voice because it's fun when you catch the state being very hypocritical like that. So yeah, I went through all this, and I just couldn't find anywhere that this came up. Vito's report, they had him on the stand, but now they want to just admit his report separately over something he didn't testify to. This is something very sketch. There's something very sketch going on with this, because I don't know why you wouldn't just have him testify. And I have suspicions. Because what Ms. Auger is saying is that, as I understand it, the police report has something to do with these Google searches that they want to get in. But the problem is that this Google record contains no such searches, so it doesn't authenticate what they're trying to do. There's an authenticity problem with what the state is saying these searches are and where they came from, and their ability to document that through Google, through the search engine. That shouldn't be hard to do. It shouldn't be hard to do. I mean, it seems like this is just very confusing. You know, if they have Richard Allen's phone, if these are supposed to be searches made on Richard Allen's phone or Richard Allen's computer or something like that, then they can just go get it from the extraction. So I don't know. I don't know what these Google searches are about. So they for whatever reason didn't do it that way. They went straight to Google. Is this supposed to be at like a public library or something? I'm baffled. I can't make sense of this. But I'm very alarmed at this procedural context where we aren't just putting Vito on the stand to testify to this stuff. We got to get it in. We got to get it in through a report. And so I'll tell you, the reason why this raises red flags for me is because there is typically one very fundamental difference between a police report and in-court testimony. And it has to do with being under oath. It has to do with being under oath and facing penalty of perjury. That's the big difference. And there may be an authentication problem with these searches. So my spidey senses are tingling around this. There's something off with this. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. And I don't know if we're going to find out, but this is strange. This is an odd one. So Mr. McLeland just said, well, he doesn't have the document in front of him right now. And so he would ask to recess that issue until after lunch. And Ms. Auger says at this point, well, she's got other arguments to make about it as well, apparently besides authentication, but asked if she should defer them to later. And the judge says yes. So they're just going to come back to this issue at some point before the state rests. So that's our morning, 9:30. The jury comes in, and our witness today is Brian Harshman. We are continuing with the stay off the mic to the point of today. Mr. McLeland literally tells him, "Don't pull the mic towards you." He goes and pulls the mic towards you after Mr. McLeland does his song and dance about how we're hard of hearing. We need you to use your outside voice and the microphone only. It doesn't. God, I'm losing my brain, guys. Short sleep. But we're almost past that. I'll tell you guys about that when we get to the end. I got a nice update for us. Project. What's the word when a speaker? You have a speaker. Like it's literally the word is gone, man. I'm on like 3 nights in a row of 4 hours of sleep, and so you'll have to excuse me if I stumble over and miss some words sometimes. Anyway, it's not for us in the front. It's just for the audience in the back. So they go and pull the mic forward. And he's like, no, don't do that. According to him, if they mess with it, it'll cause problems with the court reporter. So it didn't really matter in this case. We were able to hear Trooper Harshman perfectly fine. He is a master trooper, been with the ISP since 1994. So he's an old boy. He's been on there for a long time, been around, apparently spent his entire career on the Idaho State Police, said that he was involved in the death investigation in April of 2022. And he was what they call the phone guy. He was the phone guy. So what they mean by that, not the forensic phone guy, after Richard Allen was arrested and held, it became evident that there was a large volume of communication from him to family and others that law enforcement was monitoring. And so to streamline all of this, he became basically the point person who would keep track of all of Richard Allen's communications from the county jail, later from DOC, and then later from Cass County when he got moved back there. He actually says where he's currently at, which you're not supposed to say to the jury. You know, there's a reason why he's there in his dress clothes and he's not shackled and stuff like that. You're not supposed to mention, you know, it doesn't really matter in this case because the pretrial detention is a huge part of the case already. So it's not like they don't know that. But it is just, it's one of those things I noticed because, you know, you're really not supposed to say that. So they're listening to his video calls, phone calls, his video chats, his texts. And he said there were about 700 total phone calls. They were on average about 30 minutes. He's being asked to estimate how many hours he spent listening to these phone calls. And he says, I've listened to all 700 of them. I've re-listened to them at one point. I've gone back several times, like all the way up to 9 to listen to some of the ones of interest. So he's put in hundreds and hundreds of hours listening to these phone calls. Hundreds and hundreds of hours. Think about that priority. Think about that priority. And then think about all those things they decided not to do. Remember that 10,000, to get the good height, to get the good height analysis of Bridge Guy, and they did, there's 10 grand and they didn't do that. You know how much hundreds and hundreds of hours of staff time for a senior, a 24-year law enforcement officer is going to cost? A lot more than 10 grand. So this just shows you very much where their priorities are in the case. So Richard Allen would initiate the calls. You can't call into prison. Prison calls out to you. That is pretty standard. This prison uses Global Tel Link. It's now GTL, and I can like hear they play it, and I hear the script, and I like know the script in my mind. Oh, prima el dos. And, but yeah, that's just me having flashbacks to some of those calls. So anyway, he initiates them. He would call typically either his wife or his mom. He was making statements that were pertinent to the case. They were statements against his interest, and they were incriminating. So first they start off with he just kind of describes what this first statement is. They're introducing it. This is from November 22nd of 2022. So this is very shortly after Richard Allen is taken to Westville. This is a call to Kathy, and Mr. McLeland asks what he says, and he says, well, I can't quote it exactly, but it's something like, if this becomes too much for you, I'll talk to the detectives and tell them whatever they want to know. So clearly they're making it sound like this is incriminating. He's got knowledge. He's willing to hand it over if Kathy, Kathy is having too hard of a time with him being in prison, or just, whatever else is going on. Who knows if the police are coming at her and all of this as well. So they move to publish, go through this process, handing out the transcript. And so the first thing we notice, you get the standard script with the prison call. And like I said, this is a call from, an inmate at Westville Correctional Facility. And he goes by, what they have them do is when they first come in, they record their name, and then that gets used as like the tag, the call tag. And they just fill it in and play that every time. So that when you pick up the phone, oh, this is from so-and-so. And then whether you want to take the call or not. So he calls himself Ricky. His tag is Ricky. He was at Westville. So this call starts off where he says, I'm sorry, honey. And just right off the bat, if it gets to a point, it's too much. Tell them I'll tell them whatever they want me to say. I'll just say it. I'll tell them whatever they want me to say. I'll just say it. That is completely different from what Trooper Harshman here said the statement said. And as soon as I hear this, I'm kind of dumbfounded as to why they would even admit this, because this is really damning to the state. Like, they are so desperate to get him incriminating himself that, like, did they think the jury was not going to hear this, or that they weren't going to read it in their transcript and realize that's not what he said at all. He said, I'll tell them whatever they want me to say. I'll just say it. Rick, during this phone call, he is extremely anxious. You can hear it in his voice. His voice is very shaky. He is like breathing extremely hard. He is very emotional. He sounds like he's about to burst into tears. There's points where he kind of like does burst into tears a little bit. The rest of this conversation is basically, they're saying, you know, I love you. I wish I could hug you. Rick says, I don't want you to worry about me. He's crying at this point. He's crying to the point where he's saying things. I can't hear what he's saying through his crying. He's saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Kathy says, I know what you told me and I believe you. And Rick says, if it becomes too much, I'll tell them whatever they want me to say. He says it again. Whatever they want me to say. He's so worried about her, and he's so anxious. He's so anxious about what's happening to her. That's all he cares about. I'm sorry. He's not like freaking out. I'm not getting the read here that he's freaking out because of his own circumstance. He's not like, oh my God, this place is crazy. Like, I can't deal with this. I can't see what's happening. No, he is freaked out for her. And this is getting him extremely distraught. He asked her, did you go back to work? She says, no, they don't want me there. And he says, they don't? I'm sorry, baby. Just one more thing I fucked up. Guess Kathy lost her job over all this. I mean, I guess that's probably not real surprising. So then they just, they're telling each other that they love you. She says, I wish I could see you. He says, if anything happens, I will see you in the next life. If anything happens, I'll see you in the next life. Take care of the family for me. Love you, love you, love you. That's Rick when he first gets into the Department of Corrections. Very panicked for his wife. And if it gets too much, I'll just tell them whatever they want me to say. Like, I don't know that we even needed to hear the rest of them after that. You just said the quiet part out loud. Like, this is literally what the defense has been saying from day one. And it's right here. It's right here in this recording. Not only is it right here in this recording, but you lied about what it said. And you deliberately presented it in a way that was going to mislead the jury about the significance of it. I'm dumbfounded at the short-sightedness and stupidity of this call. It's just insane to me. No idea why they did this. All I can really attribute it to is they must really be desperate. They are grasping to try to find something that they can make fit their case. We move on to an April 2nd, 2023 call. We're told that this is a call from Richard Allen to his mom, Janice, and that he makes statements about the investigation, and that they don't have the exact quote, but he confesses to killing Abby and Libby. So Mr. McLeland has to stop him right here. No, 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 no. I said, we're moving back to April the 2nd. The guy doesn't even know what they're talking about. He doesn't even know what statement is what. Like he didn't even care enough with all the hours and hours and hours that he put into these phone calls. He didn't even apparently care enough to keep track of which one was which, and then be able to tell the jury about that. But it does get worse. Okay. So they have to backpedal on that. Oh yeah, no, that's actually in this call, he's talking about his mother. These calls are about telling her that he has found religion. He's found Jesus Christ. So we hear from Rick, and he sounds he's good morning. He sounds relatively upbeat. How are you? It's good to hear from you. He says, I've been trying to call Kathy all morning, but the phone system doesn't seem to be working half the time. I have a little star in my margins. Yep. Oh, these prison phone systems are a nightmare. They are a nightmare. They go down all the time, and calls don't go through. Calls get dropped. I was getting a situation for a while. It was the most annoying thing ever, because my client would call me and I would pick up the phone, and you get the little script, and it tells you, you go through as you're receiving a call from so-and-so and yada, yada. And, to accept the call, press whatever you press. And I would press the button, and the call would still not connect. And I would sit there and I would press and I would press and I would press, and the call would not connect. And this is going on for like 3 weeks. And I had to write to my clients to tell them, I'm not refusing your calls. It just won't connect. The phone system won't connect. Poor people are sitting there like real anxious, trying to get a hold of me, wondering why I'm not taking their calls. That's the prison phone system. So I that rang very true to me. Yeah, the phone system probably doesn't work half the time. So his mom's telling him that they had a real bad storm, that there were tornadoes and everything. He says, I thought I heard something about that. And so Kathy, Janice is saying they may not have internet or anything either. So he says, well, if you talk to Kathy today, tell her I'm okay. So then he turns to ask where is she going to church? And she says she's going to the old Roxy Theater in Peru. And her friend started going, and he wrecked the van after she wrecked the van, and started in February, March of last year. And Rick is like very, engaged. Oh, I didn't know. And asks, she says she's been going since she started going again February or March of last year. He's like, oh my God, you've been going for that long? She's like, yeah, since last summer. Well, Rick now starts to, you want to talk about demeanor shift. He's been all upbeat. He's been a little frustrated about the phone call. He's been a little bit worried about Kathy. He's been really happy to hear his mom is going to church. And now he's starting to cry. And he's like, that's so good to hear, Mom. I'm glad I did, because she says, I'm glad I did, because I don't know if I'd have made it through all these years. And so now Rick is kind of a little choky, and he's saying, did Kathy tell you I told the other day I've accepted Jesus Christ as my savior? And his mother's like, oh, that's wonderful. And Rick is now like very emotional. And Mom says, it makes me happy. And Rick says, okay, I could go on all day. I'm try to get a hold of Kathy. I want to try to fall asleep at some point because I haven't slept. And he says, I've got a family that's always going to love me no matter what. You've got God. Kathy's got God. This isn't going to last forever. We'll be back together. It may be in 6 months. It may be in the next life. I didn't accept God until March 21st of 2023. And I wouldn't have read the Bible if Kathy hadn't sent it to me. I tried to call her and tell her the Bible she got me doesn't even say Holy Bible on the front. It says the Message. She had to convince me I was actually reading the Bible. And she said Dr. Frank had given it to her. So we're starting to see paranoia, right? Or just suspicion. He's very suspicious. It doesn't say Bible. It doesn't, and he's like questioning her about it. She had to convince him, not just she had to clear it up for me. No, she had to convince him that what he was reading here was the Bible, because it doesn't say Holy Bible on the front. Combined with the emotional, like, yeah, this is consistent with the stuff that's documented in the notes about his behavior getting weird in this time frame. And so the next time she saw Dr. Frank, he wanted her to thank him for saving my life. And now he's breaking down. He's crying. He's emotional. And his mom says she's been trying to see one of the lawyers to get you that. And Rick says, hopefully I can fall asleep. And it's love you. And that's the end of the call. And my margin in the notes on this one is, why does the state thinks this helps them? Why? He sounds like he is an emotional wreck. He's got no control over his emotions. He's just all over the place, back and forth, getting very upset. This is not the guy that we saw in the interrogation video. The guy on the interrogation video, he had emotions, but they were pretty controlled. Like, everything considered, they were appropriate to the situation. He's talking to an asshole, and the guy's not taking his word. Guy's trying to put words in his mouth. He's realizing the guy's got him under suspicion. Guy's trying to pressure him. He got frustrated with that, but it's all very appropriate to the situation. This is like inappropriate kind of extreme emotion. Like, it's not that there's anything, wrong about being emotional about your religious conversion experience, but the degree of it here was off. So he's paranoid. Is this even the Bible? He's emotionally labile. These are the things that, characterize the breakdown that we saw documented through his behavior. Next, we got April 3rd, 2023. The next day, now the witness clarifies this is the one where he incriminates him. It's the one that was after the previous call. So for this one, Rick says, I can't sleep. Okay, remember, he was going to get sleep. He hasn't slept. Now he can't sleep. Can't sleep. That'll make you psychotic. I just wanted to apologize to you. You know I did it. Kathy says, what? He says, I killed Abby and Libby. She says, no, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. I don't know why. No, you didn't. They've messed with your head or something. Why would you say that? Now, Kathy... So far, Kathy is keeping it together in this phone call, but Kathy will start to get upset, and then she's going to sound exactly like she sounded in the interrogation video. Her voice gets very high. She has a hard time speaking, so it gets to be a little bit hard to hear. Rick asks, "Does Dad?" Wait, hold on. So, no, you didn't. They've messed with your head or something. Why would you say that? Because maybe I did. I think I did. She says, they're messing with your head. Rick says, did Dad take my call? What did I say to him? Guess the memory loss was feigned. Remember, the memory loss was feigned and exaggerated. He's trying to get attention. What's his secondary gain that he's getting here with his wife on this phone call? Did Dad take my call? What did I say to him? She says, I don't know. They're worried about you. He says there's something wrong. And so Kathy at this point is breaking up. She's crying. He says, I think I did. And she says, why would you say that? He said, I think I did. She says, you don't know. He says, exactly. There's something wrong. She says, they're screwing with your mind. Rick says, I just wish they'd kill me or let me apologize to the families. And Kathy says, don't tell me anymore. Don't talk anymore. And at this point, the call ends. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. You see exactly where this came from. He's in this wrecked state of mind. He hasn't slept for days. He's in this terrible environment. He's extremely stressed. Got to him. Literally got to him. It broke him. This is exactly how the interrogation works with the gaslighting and the insisting that you did it and that there's proof that you did it and that, you're lying and nobody believes you. And there's all these witnesses and all of this stuff that proves that you did it. And if you don't remember, well, maybe there's something. Maybe you were really drunk. Maybe you were sleepwalking. Maybe you had, maybe you just forgot. They gaslight you until you start to think maybe they're right. They're so insistent and they're not listening to you. We saw in the interrogation. They're not listening to you. Just over and over and over again. This is how it is. It takes a very, very strong person. Mentally strong person. And I mean, everyone has their limits. Everyone has a breaking point. Everyone has a breaking point. And so we're seeing Rick at his breaking point. Maybe I did. He's been in prison now for 5 months, being accused of this. He's gotten that discovery. Maybe I did do this. This is not at all what the state's been leading us to think is going to be in these phone calls. I'm again sitting near Kathy today. This was a very, very hard day on Kathy. This is a very hard day on Kathy. Kathy is crying. Kathy has her head down. Reliving this is not fun for Kathy. She's got a friend with her who is there, to comfort her, which I was happy to see. And so today, I began to notice the jurors paying attention to Kathy. When they were listening to these phone calls, several of these jurors, they're checking out Kathy. They're checking in on her. Next phone call is May 10th at 11:05. Hello, are you there? Hi, honey. It's good to hear your voice. Are you doing okay? He says, I might be now. She says, I'm supposed to be meeting Brad here at the gas station. Rick says, I think maybe I'm losing my mind, but I'm not sure. She says, so they allowed you a call? Rick says, yeah, are you okay? She says, yeah, what's going on? Rick says, I just think maybe I lost my mind. Kathy says, we've all lost our minds at this point. She's being very comforting. Rick is, in this phone call, he is much more flat. Where previously he's been emotional, like quick changing emotions, cheerful with his family to crying, like deeply crying. He's now flat. He just sounds like he's given up. Are you okay? Yeah. I just think maybe I lost my mind. Like he doesn't have the ability to feel emotions anymore, which is kind of what I've heard people describe being on Haldol as being like. You're not yourself anymore. You feel fuzzy, you feel flat, you feel like you don't feel anything. Kathy is trying to comfort him. She says, well, we've all lost our minds at this point. She's trying to be encouraging. So I can trust Brad and Andy? Yes, you can, honey. Let's not talk about anything we don't need to. I need to tell you something, honey. I need you to know that I did this. She says, what? No. No, you didn't, dear. There's no way, okay? Rick, do you still love me? She says, I'll always love you, but you haven't done anything. But you aren't well. You don't need to be saying you did something you didn't do. Rick says, I don't know what's going on here. I'm definitely going to lose my mind now. I'm not normal. It feels like it's taking me forever. I just needed to let you know and didn't know how. Kathy says, don't be talking about anything negative on the phone like that. He says, I have to let you know I did it. And she says, no, you didn't. There's no way. And the phone call ends. May 10th, 2023. So at this point, they're like, this is Richard and Kathy, or is it his mom? And Mr. McClellan's like, well, my notes say Kathy. Do you dispute that? And he's like, no, I guess you're right. This one must be Kathy. So once again, it's just like he doesn't even know. My notes here, the witness is not prepped at all. He doesn't know which are which. It comes off like he doesn't care. These are supposed to be so important, really important pieces of evidence in their case, and they don't even know what's what. So this call, hey, it's me. I need to know if you still love me. Yes, dear. Everyone else will as well. Honey? Yes. Kathy's already crying at this point. I think she knows he's not in a good place. I'm reading this way more upbeat than it is. I'm just in my normal voice. He's still in this. I need to know if you still love me. Everybody else will as well. I may have to spend the rest of my life here. Kathy now is in that voice where it's like being in the interrogation. We can't hear. She's very upset now. I can't imagine what this was like for her having to go through this and being powerless. Just seeing what's happened to him, seeing how this is playing into the state's hands, and there's nothing she can do about it. Because he's past that point. She's told him, he knows. Don't talk about this stuff. Don't say things like that. He can't help himself. He's that far gone. Rick says, I just don't understand. I just got to know everyone's still going to love me because I may not be able to see you one last time. You know what I'm saying? It's true. She says, no, it's not. He says, what they're saying, it's true. I'm well. She says, no, you're not. If I get the electric chair, Kathy's like, no, we are not going to let that happen. Rick says, if it does, will you be there for me? Can't hear what's said at this point, but then Kathy says, this isn't right. And Rick says, it's okay, honey. I did it. I did it, dear. I can't stop. I've got a computer listening to me right now, dear. I love you. I killed Abby and Libby. She says, no, you didn't. Stop saying that. He says, I was trying to let you go. Kathy says, we were going to be back together. And she's sobbing. And Rick says, I know you're always going to love me no matter what. Kathy is sobbing. And he says, will you always love me, baby? So at this point, one of the male jurors, he now turns. This juror has he's not been real expressive. Most of them have been very poker face. There's only just been a couple who have made expressions. This juror turns and looks at Kathy for a long time. And he has an expression of deep concern on his face. That's about how long he looked at her. April 17th of 2023. Identified as this being a call between Richard and Kathy. No, wait, I misspoke. This one is between Richard and Janice. Is that what you're seeing? Oh, yes, that's right. I have OMFG in my margin at this point. Third time. Do you know what any of these are? Have you paid attention to any of them? Because they just don't seem like they're that important to you. And now having heard them, yeah, I can understand why you maybe don't want to listen to these too closely, closely enough to really remember what's on them and pay attention. So the phone comes on. We hear Rick say hey, and he still has a very flat affect. And they're starting to talk. It's difficult to hear. And then suddenly Nick McClelland jumps up. Sorry, this is the wrong phone call that got recorded. That's not the May 17th call. I'll have to look at that. I'll move on. Now I have ONFG exclamation in my margin. They didn't even get the right audio on their exhibit. Their exhibit that they've already admitted into evidence, and now they're going to modify it. That's why you're not supposed to do stuff that way. You should really be more careful. Because you're not supposed to modify your exhibit after you introduce it. Oh, of course, the judge is going to let him correct it. So you can see they send old Mr. Mullen out to go get the right one. Go follow up on that. Get the right one. And as he walks out, he does one of these, a big raised eyebrow. Yeah, that's right. This ain't going well. This isn't your day. You're not on your game. You didn't pay attention to your evidence. This was supposed to be the climax of your case, these confessions. And you're bumbling and stumbling over them. And when we're listening to them, we're just horrified because we are hearing a clearly broken man and his clearly distraught wife who sees how broken he is. So we move ahead to June 5th. This one is between, they say it's between Richard and Kathy. To me, when they played it, it sounded like his mom, but they said it was Richard and Kathy. So they're kind of back and forth. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm here. Rick does this. Oh. She says, need you to get you some coffee, snacks, whatever you need. Rick says, don't know why you're giving me that money when I don't even know where it came from. And she says, don't you worry about it. What did you have for breakfast or lunch today? And he's still in his very tired, very quiet, flat voice. Oh, I had a bar. Says, I feel kind of weird talking to you. And she says, why would it be weird? I feel like I've lost my mind or gone to hell or something. You know that I done it, right? Dear, I don't want to talk about that, okay? It sounds like his mom. This is not getting the same reaction as we got from Kathy. Like, I'm pretty sure this is his mom. He says, it's just a real frustrating spot right now, but I know that doesn't compare to where you're at. She says, be honest with me. You didn't do it. There's something I can barely hear, but it sounds like he says, at some point in there, I tried to hurt myself. She says, if I can get a chaplain down there to pray with you, would that be okay? He says, I had a chaplain pray with me once, and it just didn't seem to help me any. I'm sorry I questioned the Bible you gave me. I got another one in here now. It says the same thing. So I don't know, maybe this is Kathy, because the whole thing with the Bible, sorry I questioned the Bible you gave me, didn't say Holy Bible on it, and she had to convince him. That's the end of this call. Then on June 11th, 2023, at this point now, male juror, now there's two of them. Now there's two of them looking over there, keeping an eye on Kathy, checking out on her. Very long time, like long eyes on, not just like a quick, like they're watching her, and they are watching her sit there and cry in her chair. And they look very concerned about this. June 11th, 2023, Richard and Kathy. Hello, hey. Now Rick has a very frantic tone. I did it. Kathy, I did it. Do you still love me? She says, yes, I do. But why did you say that? Why do you say it? He says, I don't know. I don't want to upset you. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I've lost my mind. Kathy says, honey, you can't call me and talk like that. Now, in this phone call, you can hear yelling in the background, like this loud echo. You can hear it echoing through the concrete walls. You know how that sounds if you're in like a big open concrete space and there's like a loud yelling and you hear it echoing through, and it is this hellscape audio. Like just this like wailing hellscape in the background of this phone call. He says, I'm sorry, baby. She says, I can't talk to you right now. He says, I didn't want to do this. I'm sorry. She says, you're not going to do anything to yourself, are you? He says, I'm probably going to have to kill myself now. She says, you can't call me and talk to me like that. Rick says, you don't have anything to do with it. Why are you so mad at me? Kathy says, I'm not mad, I'm upset. Rick says, I can't tell you what's been going through my mind. I feel like I'm already in hell. And I hear the screaming in the background here, and it sounds like he's already in hell. She says, I don't understand what's going on. And he says, neither do I. I guess I'm just going to have to stop calling. I'm sorry. Another one of the male jurors at this point, who has been very impassive through this trial. I see him looking up at the ceiling And then I see him going like this. This is how the state decided to close their case. All this buildup was for this. He says, I did it. And in the next breath, he says, I'm losing my mind. Mr. McLeland now asks the witness, you've listened to these hours and hours, 700 phone calls, hours and hours that you've listened to. Have you gotten a feel for his speech patterns, his tone, his pace, and his demeanor? We're going to get some skilled witness stuff. Skilled witness stuff. How would you describe his demeanor? Well, Mr. Rosie objects. He asked to ask some foundational questions. You have no education in psychology. You have no education in speech patterns. Not qualified to give an opinion about it. Mr. McLeland, it's his opinion after listening to hours and hours and hours of phone calls. And of course, it's overruled. He's skilled. According to Brian Harshman, his demeanor was calm, subdued, and solemn. His rate of speech is consistent with the rate of speech as when he talks to his family about other matters. Mr. McLeland asks, is there any indication he's under duress or stress? Trooper Harshman says no. His demeanor is in line with other phone calls that he made. As if the jury did just hear this for themselves. The arrogance is just astounding. They really do think that if they say it, that makes it real. Like the jury is going to just ignore everything they just heard and how it affected them. And it clearly did. This clearly, deeply affected the jury. And they think they're going to just be able to talk their way out of it, to say it's something else. And the jury is just going to buy that? I mean, this is wild. This is wild. I have seen some narcissistic shit, but this takes the cake. So now he turns to August 2024, at which point he is still listening to Richard Allen's phone calls. And he's directed to a portion of Exhibit 303, which is part of Dr. Walla's report. And that there's some statements in that report about what he was doing on February 13th of 2017. This is a jump. Like, this is an awkward jump because he's introducing this August 2024, but then he's jumping straight to this Dr. Walla report. And Dr. Walla's report about when he made these statements is back in that April to May of 2023 timeframe, the middle of his breakdown. But they've structured this to try to make it confusing, to make it sound like he just said this very recently. That's kind of how I took it. Because the whole point of this August 2024 reference is not apparent. It's just a drop and a jump to something that's unrelated that he doesn't specify the date for. So in this one, they just repeat, the one that we've already heard. That morning is a detailed confession. That morning, he was supposed to go to lunch. He went and got a 6-pack. He drank 3 of them. He finished the rest later. He bundled up and went to the trail. He laid in wait. And before that, he saw the girls, saw them and followed them there to the bridge. And then that's where he thinks the bullet fell out. He did something to the gun, and that he thinks that's where the bullet fell out. He ordered them down the hill. He thought they were older and he was going to rape them, but he saw a van that scared him, and that caused him to abandon his plan, cross the creek, and cut their necks. He wanted to make sure they were dead, and he hid them with tree branches. He then avoided the trails to not be seen, went to his car and where it was parked at the building, and went home. So, we've already heard this yesterday. This is just like gratuitously, trying to repeat something, like saying it multiple times makes it more real or more convincing or something like that. So I asked if there was any detail that stuck out, and he says where he saw a van. And he had no such information about a van being involved in the investigation before that. Well, now this is an ironic shift, because as you'll see as we continue, he is very emphatic about when he's not part of the investigation, right? But suddenly here he has a very global perspective about the investigation and whether there's anything involved about a van. But anyway, that's his argument. He hears this, or reads it, I guess, and says that the detail that stuck out was where he saw a van, because there was no such information before that at this point. Another one of the jurors is looking over at Kathy now while this is going on. He says he got a hold of command and let them know that he picked that one out. It occurred to him that if that was true, it would be the killer who would have seen it. In other words, if it was true that there was a van there, it would be the killer who would have seen it. It occurred to him, maybe if we can put a van there, that would be something only the killer would know. He knew that the area where the van would have been was the gravel drive down to the Webers. So he looked at the reports that were computed before. He said they all knew that this was Weber's property down there. He doesn't remember the mother, but he remembers the son, Brad. So he ran a DMV check, and he found that Brad owned a 2000 Ford Econoline van. And we look at the exhibit from yesterday, Exhibit 311, the photograph, and that's the van. So he said they had gotten early reports. He got the early reports from the investigation that involved Brad Weber and set out his work history. And so according to his work history, it showed that he clocked in at 5:41 and he clocked out at 2:02. So he decided to interview him after getting this information. Well, my red flags are already going off, because if you reviewed all the reports, involving Brad Weber. This is what he says. I went back, I reviewed all the old reports involving Brad Weber. Nothing about it, nothing about a van in any of those. But they're going to go interview him when they get this time frame, right? He clocked in at 5:41, clocked out at 2:02. Who does the interview, you ask? Well, that would be, of course, himself and Mr. Mullen. Of course it is. So, asked if he got information. Mr. Rosie objected to basically eliciting, this is hearsay, you don't get to say what Brad Weber told you, a police officer, in the course of a criminal investigation. Quite squarely, testimonial hearsay. So that objection was sustained as to hearsay. So instead, they just kind of skirted around that by talking about the content of what he got, which is like, this is the same thing. Like, you not using the words is not is not defeating the objection. But, you know, it's Judge Gold's court, and she does it the way she wants. So he says that he confirmed the information about his work history in the interview, confirmed the information about his work history. The reports before didn't mention his van. None of them indicated that he drove a van. None of these reports had been made public or were posted on social media. So he wrote up a report of his interview and he submitted it. He did the interview on the 8th. He doesn't say what month, but on the 8th. And he prepared a report a few days later after interviewing Brad Weber. He says he also looked at the other info. He contacted Officer Cecil, who did the analysis of Libby's phone, and they were trying to establish a timeline of when the recording began, and said that the recording that she had recorded on Bridge Guy on the High Bridge with Bridge Guy on it, and he had reviewed both the original and the enhanced video. So now we get Exhibit 246 again. This is the enhanced video. Okay, we're listening to the enhanced video. And so we watch it again, and there's a pause. When you have Abby and Bridge Guy in the frame, you have a pause. And the frame comes forward, so you can really see the Abby and Bridge Guy. And then it goes back. And you hear the guys down the hill. He asks about the timestamp. It's 2:13. And then the phone stops moving at 2:32:39. So wanted to know how long would it take him to get home. This gets a hearsay objection too. Oh no, this time this wasn't based on what he asked. What he asked Brad Weber. This was he went onto Google Maps. He did a Google Maps search. We did not establish any foundation for the drive time on Google Maps, but the objection wasn't raised. So they do this. He looked on Google Maps. And he found the drive time was 20 to 25 minutes. So that would mean he would arrive home about 2:27 to 2:30. And that falls into place with the phone. So this is their, this is what they're hanging their hat on. This is what they're hanging their hat on. Rick Allen confessed to seeing a van, that it wasn't public information. The van was in fact there, that it was Brad Weber on his way home. And that's there. This is the case that we were promised in opening, that the information that only the killer would know. It's the van. We establish again that he had listened to many hours of these phone calls. And so based on that, he's allowed to offer an opinion that the voice on the video, the enhanced video, the voice on the enhanced video, that belongs to Richard Allen. We remember when they introduced this enhanced video, and we talked about what they do. And they eliminate the noise, and they adjust the levels. Am I giving these guys any bit of benefit of the doubt that they aren't deliberately tweaking this audio to try to make it sound more like Richard Allen? Maybe some people are. At this point in this case, I'm sure not. This guy's opinion, oh, the voice on the video is Richard Allen. No, this is about as good as This is about as good as that he was calm and, whatever he said, he didn't say stoic, but, his description of his demeanor on these phone calls, where he is clearly losing his mind. He is first extremely emotional, all over the place, getting illogical, getting paranoid, and then he is flat and drugged. Yeah, this is about as persuasive as that whole argument was. Mr. Rosie has his cross. He points out this was a 5-year investigation. You got about over 14,000 tips, and that many people ID'd the voice on the bridge as someone besides Richard Allen. And, well, this is the point where he's not familiar with that part of the investigation. He's not really familiar with that part of the investigation. You remember he knows, like, whether there's any information about a van that's ever been out about this case. He knows that, but whether any of these 14,000 people in their tips that have come in ID'd the voice on the bridge as somebody besides Richard Allen, yeah, he doesn't know anything about that. I would easily guess that probably no less than like 500 of these tips are people saying, that guy sounds like, I know who it sounds like. It's probably like a quarter, 25% of the people who knows what he looks like. Here's what he looks like. He just looks just like this guy. Mr. Rosie says, you talked to Brad Weber. Did you ever look to references to the van in Discovery? He says, I didn't review it. Once again, he doesn't know. This is so classic cross. You just conveniently don't know the things that would tend to contradict you. He didn't review it. Would you be surprised that there might be hundreds of references to vans? No, guess he wouldn't be all that surprised. He says, you believe what Brad Weber told you. Mm-hmm. He believes what Brad Weber told him. If he gave you false information, though, it would make your timeline fail. And yeah. Mm-hmm. So then he asked him to review a report by another officer, or asked if he did review a report by another officer. Did you review a report by officer? And I couldn't hear the name. At this point, Mr. McLeland objects. They go to sidebar. They're at sidebar. And so at this point, Judge Gohl has really pushed us through the morning. It's about 11 o'clock. And eventually the bailiff comes and kind of gets them and tells them the jury needs a break. Like, they need to use the restroom. You've been keeping them here, a little bit too long. Starting to lose that courtesy that she had been showing earlier with the break discipline. So we took our recess, and when we came back, we go back to the trap that's being laid here. So he agrees that he reviewed many reports about Brad Weber that were written back in 2017, asked if any of them involved Adam something. Not sure who that is. If one of them reported what Brad Weber told you about that day, would it change your conclusion? He says no. Nope. Wouldn't change his conclusion. If the report said he wasn't there between 2:15 and 2:30. We get an objection to this. This is sustained. Guys, the trap is laid. The trap is laid. They laid it yesterday. This is what they're going for. This is why they subpoenaed Brad Weber. I keep wanting to call him Max Weber. Max Weber is like this, like the father of sociology. I don't know why that's stuck in my mind because I haven't slept much. Brad Weber, when he was on the stand yesterday, when he's on cross, they ask him, isn't it true? 4 days after the crime, you told a law enforcement officer that you didn't go straight home after work. You went to work on ATM machines. And that's what he erupted suddenly, violently angry. That's not true. Like explosive anger. It's alarming. This guy is not right. Brad Weber. So it's very clear, isn't it? It's clear what the trap is. It's clear what the trap is. He told them something else back in 2017. Back in 2017, he wanted to distance himself from this crime scene. And he told him, yeah, didn't go straight home. Couldn't have put myself right there under the bridge, right at the time that this is happening. He told him he went somewhere else. So this police officer on the stand saying he looked at all the reports about Brad Weber back in 2017. You missed the one where he told the story about the day and what he did? No, they didn't miss it. They wanted to revise it. The trap is set. And they walked right in. I mean, this is not rocket science. This is not hard to follow. What's going on? This jury is very sharp. We've seen so many of the questions that they've asked. They get it. I don't know. I don't know how they would not see this. They would miss that. This was just yesterday. This is why they subpoenaed him, because that whole question got objected to is beyond the scope. Beyond the scope. So you can't do it right now. Great. So we walked up to the stand and handed him a subpoena. We'll bring you back and do it then. So this is delaying the inevitable, but it's coming. We know it's coming. The trap is laid. Why would you walk into this trap? Just walk right into this trap. I don't know. I mean, it's clearly the arrogance is very clear, but like what's motivating it? It's just, are these guys so used to acting with impunity that they just don't think anybody is ever gonna second guess them? They don't think anybody is ever gonna call them out and be like, you're full of shit. You guys are full of shit. You read that report. You saw he wasn't there at that time, that that's what he said. And you went down there to convince him that he was. You and Mullen. We've already seen Mullen in action. And would that surprise anybody? We've already seen it. We know exactly where this is going. They're going to lose the van. There's like all kinds of reasonable doubt about the van. As soon as they get Brad Weber up on the stand and they're able to impeach him with what he told a police officer back at the time, 4 days after the crime. So that question is objected to. So instead, Mr. Rosie asks, if he wasn't credible, would your timeline fail? And the witness says no. This is just denial. This is just flat denial. This is like refusal to see reality. We all see the reality of your timeline here. But Mr. Rosie goes ahead and spells it out. For your timeline to work, the van needs to be there between 2:13, time of the video showing the abduction, and 2:32, the time when the phone stopped moving. The van needs to be there between 2:13 and 2:32. And so we've said it takes 20 to 25 minutes if it's not stuck in traffic. And of course, that also assumes he went straight to his car and drove. He didn't stand in the lot. He didn't check his phone. He didn't stop on the way home. He didn't talk to people on his way out. And that there's all kinds of factors, right? Mm-hmm. And so he knew the van was an important fact. So he followed up, and he followed up with Mullen. Mr. Rosie is detailing this. Points out a handgun was seized from Brad Weber back in 2017. Objection beyond the scope. Yeah, sustained. Was he aware Brad Weber was a suspect? Objections beyond the scope, and it violates the court's pretrial ruling, the court's motion in limine. Right? No third-party culprit. Like they didn't open the door with this? He just said he went back and familiarized himself with the investigation of Brad Weber. So he would have known Brad Weber was a suspect, and they got his gun, and they checked his gun, and they couldn't exclude it. I know all this just from sitting in the courtroom. So the jury knows all this. Like, what is this farce? What is this farce that we can't point out? And he's a third. We just can't say the words. We can't say it out loud. But it's pretty obviously there. That's what opening the door means. You brought the stuff in. You wanted to bring in your firearms analyst and all the work that she did. And so yeah, you're going to bring out the stuff that she couldn't exclude. And we knew that came from Brad Weber. So he asked if he considered his report a very important part of the case, and he said yes. And he says, Mr. Rosie says, and you never considered that Brad Weber might be involved if he put his van there at the time. Well, that's quite a point, isn't it? Because all this time, there's not supposed to be a van there. Just a single person drove him down the hill. Because a van being there, well, that maybe gives them a way to transport him out of the area where their cell phones would lose connection until 4-something the following morning, after the search has been called off. I see what the defense is doing here. Creating a very plausible series of events. He asked if he recorded this interview. He said he did, audio, video. Mr. Rosie, he seemed surprised by this answer. I will say, when we were at our break, I knew where this was going. I saw this trap being laid. And I was like, they didn't record that interview, right? They went to lean on him. Harshman and Mullen, they just went to go ahead and lean on him or sweet talk him, offer him something maybe. I don't know. But they went to get him to put his van down there so they could try to link that to Richard Allen. And I'm like, there's no, I bet you they didn't record it. He says they did. He says they did. Mr. Rosie seemed surprised. So I'm wondering if they didn't know. If they didn't, remember how there's been some issues with stuff, discovery, just conveniently not making it over to the defense. Kind of wonder if this whole recorded interview of Brad Weber maybe just never made it to the defense. They just gave him the report. I could be wrong. Asked if he had seen a report from Agent Poole and Beauty. Witness says he just looked at it yesterday for the first time. And Mr. Rosie clarified, you just learned yesterday that it existed? And he says he knew that it existed before then. But so he only just looked at the report of Agent, Poole, and Beauty yesterday for the first time. Now, I'm not sure exactly who these are, but I do have this nagging suspicion that I heard Agent Poole's name before. And I have this nagging suspicion that where I heard Agent Poole's name before is with the cell phone forensics. Because that's really the most that we've heard about the FBI's involvement in the case. We heard about how they were working on the phone extractions. And then there was some kind of conflict, and the FBI never came back. And we got sort of mixed little preview of what that was, the timing. Some people, I remember somebody said, I'd be very surprised if the FBI was asked to never come back. Pretty sure I remember at least one agent's name on the defense's witness list. When they, not that we get to see a written list, but when they read that out, when they read that out at their jury selection, pretty sure I remember an agent. So yeah, he knows about this report. If this is a cell guy, if this is a phone guy, well, we sure do have to wonder if he has location data, don't we? Trap has been set. So we talked about Allen's voice, Richard Allen's voice. We shifted away from this. We just dropped that report in. Just drop it, acknowledge that he knows about it. He knew it existed before then, but he only saw it yesterday. Gotta wonder why. Why would he not take a look? Does it have information in it that perhaps he would not want to know? Because I'm gonna be reasonably confident too that once the defense gets to bring some of this back within the scope of their own case on their own direct, that he's going to just conveniently have not seen that 2017 report where Brad Weber says that he didn't go straight home after work. That's what I'm betting is going to happen. So there was well, I won't get there yet. So he shifts immediately to Richard Allen's voice, and his voice as it was between April and June to 2023. And the witness insists his voice is similar to what we heard in the past. Well, I mean, we heard his voice in the past. We certainly heard him on the November 22nd not sounding anything like this. And we heard him already sounding emotionally, labile in early April, right before he starts all of this confession activity, and then we hear him go flat. But we're going to be gaslit about this as if we didn't hear it with our own ears. The voice that we heard from April to June of 2023 was similar to the way he was before. The drugged Richard sounds just like the emotionally labile Richard. That's this witness's position. Mr. Rosie asked if the defendant had received a Haldol injection on April the 14th. Might that affect his voice? Oh, now McClelland objects, wants to ask some foundational questions about his expertise in medical and whether he knows Haldol and that he's not a licensed mental health professional. They're going to close with their little games, like we don't see how they're trying to have this all both ways, because Mr. McClelland, he is also not an expert in voice recognition. So we see this. Like I would be baffled if somebody thinks the jury does not see this. Of course they see this. And so we just go back to the theme that if Rick's medical state, as far as Rick's medical state while he was at the Department of Corrections, his psychologist would be in a better position than this particular witness, and he yes agrees with that. Yes, Dr. Walla is the expert on Rick's condition, and Mr. Rosie follows up with an intriguing question, and any other psychologist who was there at the time, or any other psych professional that was there at the time. He said, well, I can't say anybody. So I wonder who they've got. I wonder if they're going to get Martin. We heard about him. He's the psychiatrist. He's the one that administers the meds. The witness says he has no basis to dispute if he was psychotic, but he hadn't heard it. I guess he just only got that one page of Dr. Walla's notes. I really just kind of want to go back to that now. Because I want to find where they gave that detailed confession. And what exactly it may say about the psychosis. Because we do, start seeing these notes. See, this is why, this is why the state did what it did. And like I said, this is why I'm so grateful for the people out there like Sleuthy, like my girl Sleuthy Goosey. Because what this needs is so many different sources of information. It needs a timeline. It needs to be broken down by date. Here's what the different notes say. Because there's all these different sources and they're reporting different things, and some of them have details that the other ones don't. Okay, here it is. It was on May the 3rd. It was on May the 3rd when he gave this narrative of the crime. So that's where he's talking about the van. May 3rd is when he got his diagnosis of brief psychotic disorder. That's the date of the addendum. That's the date of the addendum. May 2nd, the report is when they're talking to him about eating his feces. This is our context. This witness never heard anything about psychosis. Never heard anything about that. Asked if he knew that he had had Haldol injections or mind-altering drugs. McClelland is objecting to the foundation for this, and that is getting sustained. And could those all have the impact on the tone and pace of his speech? Well, I don't know what those things do. Well, so then your opinion probably isn't worth very much, is it? If you don't know what things might affect the tone and pacing of somebody's voice. When you're drawing conclusions, you're offering an opinion. You have special knowledge about the tone and pacing of his voice. So we established he took over Rick's calls, that it was like an organizational issue, just to kind of coordinate, consolidate. And we established these were tabloid messages, outgoing calls, in-cell video, camcorder video. Asked if he interviewed the guards. He did interview the guards that were assigned to his cell, but he didn't interview the inmates. He didn't interview the inmates. Somebody did, though. Somebody did. And he reviewed some of the behavioral reports. Oh, you'd think he would review the ones around, May the 3rd, where he's making the statement that you're saying is critical to your case. The one that's right after he's eating his feces and right as he's being diagnosed with brief psychotic episode. He also reviewed the door sheets. So he got the information from those suicide companions. He followed up on the guards, but not on the inmates. He says Mr. Rosie elicited that he actually received automated messages. He was getting notifications when communications were going in and out of Richard Allen's cell. He would get a notification, ding, 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 so you can go listen. Mr. Rosie starts a question and Mr. McClelland objects before he's even finished it to argue that it is asked and answered. Like, you don't even know what the question is yet. That one was actually overruled. So Mr. Rosie asks, Rick lost every sense of privacy. Oh, he was monitored, including with video. And we haven't seen any of that video, have we? Excellent point, Mr. Rosie. We haven't seen any of that video, have we? No, we have not. And don't you think it would be helpful to see the video that was during these calls? See what he was doing while he was making those calls? No. And Mr. Rosie is kind of incredulous. You don't think it would be helpful to see his behavior during the call? Nope, didn't think that would be helpful. Jury, we don't need to see that. I mean, honestly, we don't. Hearing them is enough. Hearing them is enough. I mean, they shout. They shout volumes. Those confessions. The officer wrote just under 50 reports He described it as a comprehensive communication of Richard Allen's actions to Mullen. That's what he's doing. He's reporting back to Mullen, listening in on anything and everything that he does, and he's taking notes and he's sending it back to Mullen. I wonder if Mullen is the one who decided that these calls were a good idea, that this would make a good case. Maybe this is part of the chaos that happened this morning. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Mr. McClelland and Mr. Mullen are like at loggerheads over this. They disagree about it. I mean, I will say that Mr. McClelland, Mr. Mullen has the intellect of like a Labrador, a medium intelligent dog, but not a Vizsla. I mean, I'm just saying. He's no hunting dog. He's like a good retriever. And Mr. McClelland is no idiot. He's not an idiot. So why would they do something so stupid as to use these confessions? Whose idea was this? Who's pushing this? And I'm just thinking back on how unprepared they were. Like they don't even want to, because they know this is bullshit. They don't even want to listen to it again. And then Mullins with the big eyebrow, like, yeah, that's right. This is a shit show. You think you could do better? Was this your idea? He agreed that he had never been assigned to surveil an unconvicted man in circumstances like this. When asked if Mr. Allen said things that weren't true, he said, "I'm not sure about that." So he asked about saying he killed his family. And the witness says, well, it was an inmate companion that said that. And, inmate companions, they maybe not that reliable, right? So now you get to pick and choose. You get to pick and choose which ones you're going to listen to and which ones you aren't. After you put multiple DOC people on the stand with apparently some significant dishonesty issues that you're trying to hide by objecting that it's beyond the scope to ask about them being fired for dishonesty. And you've got your accomplice up there on the bench who apparently doesn't realize that anytime a witness is on the stand, their credibility is within the scope. Their honesty is in the scope. It is always at issue. Got a judge that thinks that unless Mr. McClelland impeaches his own witness, you can't do it. He's got to do it for you. Like, where's the logic? This is crazy town. I've been saying this is Kafkaesque. I said this yesterday. It really is. This is Kafkaesque. It is. We've reached like almost laughable levels of absurdity. If this wasn't so freaking dangerous and so horrifying. So apparently, he never went and interviewed the inmate companions because they're, probably not. They're only if they were going to be super useful, we'll just go ahead and burn them. He didn't say anything useful. He killed his whole family. That's not useful. We'll just go ahead and burn these inmates because they're just inmates. It doesn't matter. They're like not really people anyway, like we saw from the DOC guards. But somebody did go talk to him, and that person made a report, but he never read that. So another part of the investigation he's not familiar with. Things that Mr. Allen said that weren't true to the inmate companion. They killed his whole family. He said that we revisit, and it's in Dr. Walla's report that had the van information, and Mr. Allen said that he was lying in wait. And so the witness, yes, is familiar with the bridge guy and that he's walking across the bridge. So the girls are on the south end before the bridge guy made it there. And so the bridge guy was coming from the north side. And so it makes no sense that he's lying in wait, because unless the girls walked past him. And so the witness is trying to say, oh, well, he could have been lying in wait, could have been lying in wait at the end of the bridge. But we saw that photo of Abby on the bridge, way out on the bridge, way out on the bridge. And there was no bridge guy. I don't know how he's catching up to him. I don't know how he's overtaking him on a rotten, gappy, dangerous bridge. I guess we can't say that's impossible. We can't say that's impossible. Then he said that the gun cycled and the bullet came out right there on the bridge. That's his statement. That's the confession. Followed the girls across the bridge. Then he did something with his gun and thinks that's where the bullet came out. Yeah, that would be a bullet on the bridge. But they found no cartridge on the bridge. Nope. And he says, well, not that I'm aware of, but that was before my involvement. Guys, he's relying on this confession as being so important because it's a piece of information that they didn't previously know. And so you're going to try to tell me that he didn't know the details of the crime scene and the evidence recovered? He's making himself look so bad. He's making himself look so bad because he's just so desperate to not admit any weakness in his position. Everything is just firm and rock solid and nailed down. But we're not idiots, and we're not going to be gaslit. And so we know there's no bullet on the bridge. And so we know that part of his story doesn't make sense. But here they are just continuing to sit up there and pretend like we aren't capable of looking at facts and reaching our own decisions about them. See, we peasants, we are to simply listen to our betters there in law enforcement in this community. And we are to simply accept the reality that they wish to hand down to us. It's really the message we're getting here. That's when I say Kafkaesque. Can't believe our own reality. No. It was before my involvement. Who cares if it's before your involvement? There's no fucking bullet on the bridge. And you know that. And you know, under his statement, the way he said it, there would be a bullet on the bridge. And that's not where the bullet was. That's not where the bullet was. Well, Mr. Rosie decides to push that a little further and point, well, that's inconsistent, right? That's inconsistent. His statement, the location of the bullet. And he says, I don't know that I'd agree with that. Perfectly consistent that there's no bullet on the bridge, but according to Rick, he left a bullet on the bridge. There's nothing inconsistent about that. Don't use your own brains. Just accept what I tell you and like it. These guys are just the living embodiment of that jackbooted fascist meme. They really are. Jackbooted fascist. You have no right. You have no right to your own mind, to your own reality, to your own facts. This is just astonishing. He agrees that in Rick's confession, and this is important because I didn't catch this last night because we went back and forth with the statement and then Brad Weber and kind of the discussions about that. And I didn't catch that there was actually no reference to the color of the van in Rick's statement. So he didn't refer to the color of the van, the make, the model, or the direction that it was heading. And when asked if this was the only van on the road 625 between 213 and 232, has to kind of concede he doesn't know, but that's a dead end road and not very much traffic. And it's certainly not the only van in Carroll County. Oh, of course not. Of course not. That would be preposterous. That would be as preposterous as a bullet that is both on and not on the bridge. So we talk now about Rick still being watched. Establish Rick is still being watched, still being monitored constantly in his cell. And this is because, for his safety. Because he's been kept very safe through all of this, as we can see for ourselves after listening to those phone calls. He still needs to be watched for his safety. And Mr. Rosie says, and also because you want to hear him say things. The witness says, I don't want to hear him say things. Oh, sure you don't. Sure you don't. And yes, including in the last 3 weeks since the trial has started. Yeah, still listening to him. And this might be a stressful situation. Yeah. Yeah, it might. Yes, it might. Now, he does concede when asked if Rick has proclaimed his innocence that he did some. He did some proclaiming his innocence. And asked if he ever logged those. He says he noted it and passed those on. Of course, they didn't put those into evidence. Literally just this morning in open court, they fought presenting that. Of course, they didn't put that on. Did you ever see Richard Allen pose a real threat to anyone at Westville? And they said he spit on an officer. That would be a threat. And then he passively refused to comply. Yes. So those are our 2 incidents. I'm sure these are the 2 times that he got tased, spit on an officer, and passively refused to comply. Asked if Rick was pretty easy to manage. And he said, you'd have to talk to them because they might have a different opinion. And Mr. Rosie says, well, we have heard some of that. And yes, we have. We did. We heard how he came in as a respectful, docile, compliant, quiet, untroublesome man. And after months in solitary confinement, he was acting out so much that he became a real pain in the butt. Yeah, we did hear about that. This officer, of course, never asked to go and see his cell back in APOD. Says that that wouldn't be allowed. He wouldn't be allowed back there. Like, well, you never asked. Well, I wouldn't be allowed. But he has visited his Cass County cell, in fact, very recently. So Mr. McLeland objects to this as being well outside the scope. But they have a little sidebar, and that's overruled because they continued. So you were able to see a cell, and in that cell, there's a small table, there's a TV in the day room, there's a place where he can socialize. It's got an attached area that has a shower and a kiosk. And they agree in general, yeah, it's more hospitable and it's nicer and it's cleaner. He's going to be in one of these. He's just going to be in a single cell that's attached to the pod. That's going to be his safety situation based on how they've described it. So he can look out in the day room and he can see what other people are doing. And he might even be able to get a glimpse of the TV and stuff himself if he wants to. But they won't be able to get to him. That's going to be my suspicion of what his housing situation is like, because that is fairly typical when you have a safety issue in a local jail. Yeah, you just give him a single cell. You just give them a single cell. And then you either let them into the day room on their own time when everybody else is not in the day room, or you just have them so that they can join the day room and like look out into the day room and stuff like that, but not actually be in the day room at the same time as other people. When asked if he had previously seen the video of him eating his feces, he said the video is poor. He might have seen it, but the video is very poor. And he does agree that is not normal behavior. And he said he did originally think he did those things. He faded out and I couldn't hear him at the end, but I think what he was saying that he thought that he did those things for attention, that he was feigning. This is just repeating the feigning. And he says, I think that he struggles because he's in constant need of attention, that he said in phone calls that he wants attention. But agrees he was never told that he was psychotic. He is aware that he was self-harming, that he'd made statements. He'd beat his head against the wall because his wife wouldn't talk to him. And Mr. Rosie asked if he ever looked at the video himself. Ever looked at the video of him banging his head against the wall, see what he's doing? And he basically said that the way that the door is positioned in the cell, like you can't see quite clearly enough, so he can't verify. I wonder if we're going to see this. I wonder if we're going to see him beating his head against the cell. But see how he's going to the secondary motivation. This is what there are. He wanted to get Kathy to talk to him, so he beat his head against the wall. That's their position. He did see him rolling around in his food, rolling around in his feces, but never at any point. This was a great question. You never at any point thought, maybe I need to talk to the staff or the warden and ask if he is okay. I thought that was quite a good question. You literally watched everything that happened in that cell and you listened to everything that he said. And you never thought, maybe I should make sure people know what he's doing so that they can see if he's okay. And he says, what do you think he says? What's been the theme of this case with these state witnesses? What's been the theme of the case? Repeat with me. It's not my fault. It's not my responsibility. He says that would be out of my lane. I'm a whole 100 miles away. They're right there, and it wasn't my responsibility. He says it explicitly. It wasn't my responsibility. And Mr. Rosie says, didn't you tell me that you thought he was right where he needed to be? And Harshman says, yes, that's based on his need for monitoring, right where he needs to be. Seems to be being monitored just fine in Cass County, doesn't he? So we revisit the November 14th, 2022 call. This is the very first, one of the very first ones. And so he hands up the transcript of him so that he can refresh himself as to that call. The jurors are still looking at Kathy, by the way, at this point. They're still like checking in on her to make sure, like, see if she's okay, see what she's doing. She's not crying anymore at this point like she was. Asked if he believed it had significance in his case regarding his mental state. And he said what the significance was is the fact that he said that if it becomes too much, he would call the investigators and tell them everything they wanted to know. He's doubling down. He's doubling down. He's gaslighting fuck out of us. Because we heard it with our own ears. We heard it with our own ears. See, the funny thing about testimony like this is that the video speaks for itself. And that's going to come up. He insists that's what he said. So there's a little interlude here where Mr. Rosie is kind of getting on the same page with him about this transcript, and Mr. McLeland eventually is like, "What's the question?" And the judge says, "I don't know." And there's little titters in the courtroom. And they Mr. Rosie says, "Well, you said it's significant because he said he'd talk to investigators." And at this point, Mr. McLeland objects that the video speaks for itself. And so Mr. Rosie says, what he said is, whatever it is that they want me to say, I'll just say it. And Mr. McLeland says, the video speaks for itself. And what do you think Judge Gold does with this little bit of impeachment? Yeah, she sustains it. It doesn't matter. The jury is hearing this. They know. They heard it because the video, yes. Yeah, Mr. McLeland, this is like the first honest thing you've said in quite some time. The video does indeed speak for itself, and we did all hear it. We all heard it. And he did indeed say, whatever it is they want me to say, I will just say it. Yeah, we heard that. So in the whole trust battle, the whole way that a trial is really a process of seeing who's going to gain the trust of the jury and who's going to keep the trust of the jury. It's an important part of the structure. You give your opening statements, you make the commitments, and then the jury evaluates how you keep them. How do you keep those commitments? Do you? If you keep your commitments, the jury is much more likely to trust you, and a jury that trusts you is much more likely to see things your way. The objection is sustained, but nevertheless, we get a comment from the witness, a kind of answer from the witness that that would be your interpretation. This is just our interpretation of what he was saying. He was telling you he was going to give you whatever you wanted if he got to that point. And that would be your interpretation. And Mr. Rosie says, and that wouldn't be an unreasonable interpretation, would it? And he concedes, yeah, I guess that's not unreasonable. I guess it's not unreasonable. So then we revisited the phone call that was from April the 3rd, the one at 5:14. And we established that during this phone call, he referenced an earlier call he made to his father. And that is the "did dad tell you I called" reference. And he said that he made a call right before this call, right? And the witness says, I can't speak to that right now. He doesn't have that one fresh in his mind. I mean, he obviously didn't care about any of them. He didn't have any of them in his mind. But he can't speak to that right now. That was right before. And so they established, Mr. Rosie establishes that there were 3 phone calls, right? There were 3 phone calls, and doesn't remember. So would it refresh you to go ahead and take a look at the Scrant transcripts? Yes, it does. So he points them out. And we confirm, yes, Rick made the phone call at 3 o'clock in the early morning hours. He says, well, I haven't looked at it in preparation for anything. I might have seen it in real time. Didn't look at it in preparation for anything because, the parts about where he says he's innocent, that doesn't matter. The jury doesn't need to hear that. So he agrees it was a phone call to his mother that was mother and father in the early morning hours at 3:02, and that the phone call at 5:15 was admitted. And then there was also a third call at 8:45 and offers the transcript to refresh him. And then he asked the witness, would these provide context to that 5:15 call? Would it? So Mr. McLeland objects to this line of questioning, says he's making legal argument that we've already argued to the court outside the presence of the jury, and that argument is sustained. Seems to me like, isn't this the guy that listened to the 700 phone calls, the expert, the special, the skilled witness guy with all of this? We're saying he can't offer an opinion on whether it would provide context. That seems like more of a fact question with an expert like this. More jurors. Taking a look at Kathy, checking in on her. And Mr. Mr. Rosie asked, the call isn't the whole picture. And that is, he's objected to, and that's sustained. But nevertheless, the witness says it's not his call what the prosecutor, he objects on the ground that it's not the witness's call what the prosecutor puts on. This is Mr. McLeland, talking about himself in the third person. It's not his call what the prosecutor puts on. And Mr. Rosie says, well, he's doing it through this witness, which is quite an excellent point. The objection is sustained, so they don't get to follow up on that. Well, Mr. Rosie has decided he's had about enough of the bullshit. And so he goes ahead and asks, did Rick proclaim his innocence? There is an objection to that, and it's sustained. And Mr. Rosie asked, did Rick say he was broken down and felt like he was in Guantanamo Bay? And he's like, still saying the things that Rick was saying in that phone call, that 3:12 phone call, when Mr. McLeland objects, and the judge says counsel approach. So she takes Mr. Rosie to the woodshed. They're over there with their little white noise. Who knows what she has told him, but we know that she is she's dressing him down at best. At best. This witness was deposed in August, and at that time they talked about these confessions, and that they agreed it was the whole time was in April, May, June. And it was also when he was, I couldn't hear what he said, but I think it was I think they're talking about when he was psychotic. And Mr. Rosie says, a lot of the things that he said were generic. And it's like, well, I don't know that I agree with. I don't know what you'd mean. You'd have to. I don't know what you'd mean by generic. I killed Abby and Libby. He says, well, they're only unique detail. There wasn't a lot of detail. There weren't unique facts. The only unique detail about the crime was the van. He agrees. So we now have them nailed down. Trap closed. Trap is snap closed. That's the commitment that they made in the opening statement, that Rick would know unique facts. That's why these confessions were important, because he would know unique facts. We have them pinned down now. The only unique fact that he ever gave them was the van. And they've already set the stage that they're going to be able to put that van somewhere else through Brad Weber, through his prior statement. Over 2 years in solitary confinement, over 700 phone calls. He's talked to the guards. He talked to the messages, to talk to the inmates, or somebody talked to the inmates. He got the messages, and in all of that communications, there was one fact, one thing that they found that they say nobody else knew. And that's where we concluded. When we got up, she announces that we're going to lunch now. There's some kind of instant reaction and noise, like people instantly stand up while she is still telling the jury, we're going to have lunch and we'll see you back at whatever time. The audience is standing up, and they start to titter with each other, and it makes some noise. And so we get the quiet, we get the admonishment, quiet, we are still working here. And then the jury leaves, and then we get a lecture. Now we get a lecture from the bench. I really don't appreciate, she's addressing the entire audience. I really don't appreciate your conduct. If you can't conduct yourselves while we're on the record, you'll be asked to leave. She's just really, really looking for that opportunity to try to get us out of there. No cameras. No wonder. God, that's a good sign. So we had our lunch, and during the lunch, I did see something that I enjoyed. Just one of these little kind of side parts of the trial, which is I see Rick looking over at Kathy. Rick looks over at Kathy a lot during the trial. He looks over at her a lot, but I rarely see Kathy looking back in his direction. This time, Kathy is looking back at his direction, and they're smiling at each other. And she gives her friend a little bunny ears, and she's laughing. It was just good to see after that, very, very difficult time that they had in the morning. And here she is, still reassuring him, still being the rock, still being the encouragement. I mean, that is one hell of a wife. This woman, one hell of a wife. So when we come back after lunch, things start to be, I start to notice some things are different. I start to notice some things are different and maybe a little bit strange. And the first thing that I notice is that there is a brand new person that is sitting at the defense table. And it's a middle-aged person in a suit with glasses on. And I don't know who this person is. Never seen him before. Doesn't seem to be part of the defense team. It was just odd, this unidentified person. Could be total coincidence, but definitely stood out to me. So So when we get back from lunch, Mr. McLeland says he's really struggled with the tech on the trial. Like, yeah, he's trying to be all self-effacing over, they're going to, play the last of the phone calls that he had messed up on the exhibit that he had to fix. So I've corrected the exhibit and I accidentally put the wrong one on. And so I'll please put it on as if we're on direct still. And she says, that's fine. You think she'd be fine if it was the defense trying to say, let's pretend like it's direct still? Well, we'll see. So as soon as the call goes back on, immediately those men, they're keeping an eye on Kathy again. Hi, are you there? He's very glum again. Yeah, I'm here. How are you doing? Well, all right, I guess. It's good to hear your voice. She's just constantly just trying to be positive, trying to lift him up. So, Kathy, can I tell you I did it? We're not going to discuss this, okay? It's quiet. Are you still here? Yeah. We still love you, Regardless. Yeah. Kathy okay? Kathy's okay. This is him talking to his mom, I guess. We're holding each other up. I'm just afraid. He says, I'm just afraid you won't love me anymore because I said I did it. And his mom says, Ricky, we know you're in a bad place right now. Just because you said it, just because you said you did it, doesn't mean you did it. And he says, it does when you did. She says, Ricky, I think they're just messing with you. No, they're not. I know you don't have it in you to do something like that. Why would I say I did it if I didn't? Well, if they're messing with your head or messing with your meds. Mom, if I did do it, then you guys don't love me anymore. I will always love you no matter what. He says, I don't get mail anymore. She says, I've been writing every day. She's asking if he's getting she asked if he's getting his letters, and he says, I don't get mail anymore. And she says, I've been writing every day. And he says, great. Another thing I can tell my counselor about. So they have a little chit chat about the counselor, and he says he's been seeing her every day. And then it's, I love you, and tell everyone else I love you. I love them. And that's it. Remember what Dr. Walla was saying about the persistent? How did she describe it? It was not perseverating. I forget. She was using it to characterize. He just was getting, fixed on things, and it sounded like it was characterizing his behavior, like the head banging behavior. But this is, after all these phone calls, he's worried to death. Like, that's what he's fixated on. They won't love him anymore. And then you can kind of put this, I can kind of put this into context with all the things that she said about how he's, it's like he's paranoid about being selfish, right? He made all these comments, he's so selfish, and that, those were big problems with him. Like, that's what he's afraid of. He's afraid that he's going to be selfish, that people are going to see him as selfish, that they're not going to love him. And so what can he do to show his family that he's not selfish? He can just say he did it and take the burden off of them. This is very clear to me. Maybe, a lot of people can disagree, I'm sure, but that's absolutely how this reads to me. Just became very clear. The story of this is very clear. So Mr. Rosie then gets his no, this is still Mr. McLeland now doing his redirect. And so he elicits that he's been involved in other cases beside Richard Allen's, and he knew cases where people are held in jail pre-trial, and that they have their, they're on video and their calls are recorded and law enforcement officers listen in. Here's where things start to get a little strange. So Mr. McClelland says, Mr. Rosie told you that Mr. Allen's demeanor was calm and he wasn't a problem for the facility. Yes, but you observed him in Wabash and Cass County, and he's had to be restrained. He's had to be violent, and once recently, and in fact, you reviewed a video from Cass County Jail over lunch. Oh, we're gonna get more little gotchas. We're gonna get more little gotchas, and in that video, Richard Allen is screaming loudly. He's irate. He's pounding on the doors of the cell. He's telling the guards he's going to kill them. Mr. Rosie now objects. This isn't in discovery. And so now Mr. McClelland wants a sidebar. This is a very long sidebar. And this is very strange because this setup is bizarre, because it's Mr. Rosie said Mr. Allen's demeanor was calm or a problem for the facility. He wasn't a problem for the facility. And the problem is Mr. Rosie did not say that. Mr. Rosie is not a witness. Mr. Rosie asked a question and the witness denied his proposition. And so the setup is really bizarre, because it's like we're impeaching Mr. Rosie now, but he's not a witness. The jury will in fact be instructed, and has been instructed, that what the lawyers say is not evidence. So to me, this is very improper. This is very much confused. Like, yes, Mr. McClelland knows perfectly well that what Mr. McClelland says is not evidence. So it's not an assertion of fact in any kind that can be attributed to a witness that is subject to impeachment. But he clearly wants this video in. And it seems that this video is not particularly pertinent to anything in the case. But it's just a smear. Like, we're going straight on down the character assassination road now. We just want to make this guy look bad. We want to show the jury, he looks really bad. We want to make him look, we want to show him at his worst, looking really bad. Apparently sort of recently. We don't know how recently. Because they didn't say. And as far as we know, all they told us, he just watched this video today. Just today. So we have this very extended sidebar, and eventually the judge comes back and she excuses the jury from the room. This is going to take some time. Somebody's knocking, but I can't answer. So, anyway, the judge excuses the jury from the room, and we have this conversation. And so McClelland says that the video, it's about half an hour long. And so the defense hasn't even seen it. Okay. The defense needs time to review it. So we're going to take a break so that the defense can go and review it. And they do. So they leave. And while this is going on, jurors are looking over, checking on Kathy. And so we have a fairly extended break. And at this point, I notice, I'm just looking around, there are a lot of people in this room that I have not seen in this room before. There are a lot of cops in this room that I have not seen before. Now, I don't know that they're all cops, because they're suited. They're not in uniforms. These are people in suits with little badges on their belts and stuff like that, sitting back there at this back counsel table that was completely empty, like the entire trial, until the day that the DOC guards were on the stand. And then we had the attorney general and the lawyers back there. But today there's like a couple bailiffs that sit in the back corner. There's probably like a dozen people back there today, and they look like all these cops. I'm like, this is bizarre. I don't know. I don't know what this is about. I just don't know what this is about. But I just noticed it, so I'm gonna pass that on. I also noticed that while the defense is off reviewing this video, that Rick is stuck still in the courtroom. So apparently he doesn't get to see it. Right? Discovery, client gets a right to see it. But when you spring it on him, literally minutes before you're going to close, so they have to go find a way to be able to review it. He apparently doesn't have that right then in that situation. So he doesn't get to see any of this. We come back on the record about half an hour later, and they go straight to sidebar again. They go straight to sidebar again. So then another extended sidebar, come back on the record, and the judge says the exhibit has not been marked, so they're I think going to mark it for record purposes. And she says it's a video from Cass County Jail. It's depicting Mr. Allen's behavior. There's an objection to relevance and 403. And so 403 is typically, it's the rule that says that if the prejudicial value of an item, the probative value is substantially outweighed by its potential for prejudice, you don't get to admit it. It's minimally relevant. I mean, they're saying it's not, but even if it's minimally relevant, that this is prejudicial. This is just a freaking smear. And, they're right. They're right that it is. Oh, I could raise all kinds of objections to bringing this in. 404B, we didn't raise 404B, prior bad acts. What are we offering this for? Let's nail down what we're offering this for. Because you're not impeaching Mr. Rosie. That would be improper. That would be another objection that I would make. This is improper impeachment. It's not actually impeachment. So what's the relevance? So in order for her to be able to make a ruling on this video, she needs to review it in chambers. So now she's going to go back and watch it. And you remember, this is a half-hour video. So we're just like sitting around, looking at each other, looking at these cops. What is going on here? Finally, we come back on the record. She says she has reviewed Exhibit 314. It is sustained on the defendant's objection. We were all like, while she was out, is she going to let it in? Are we going to see it? I mean, some people were waiting, like it's almost time to go trick-or-treating, they got kids and stuff, waiting to see if they're going to get this video in because it's gold. And you pretty much assume if the state wants to do it, we're going to do it. But this little smear job was a bridge too far even for Judge Gold. Bridge too far even for her. Clearly, not much to do with anything except just trying to make him look bad. It's a desperate move. The desperation is showing. We then had the copious redirect I think I have seen. It was just a really, really pathetic face-saving effort after he started going down that road. And now the jury is going to come back in and they're going to see him with his little tail between his legs because he didn't get to get it in. It's not admissible. So he said when we left off, we were talking about how you've seen other people that have been arrested and jailed and they've been held and monitored and their calls have been monitored, but attorney calls are not monitored, right? Yes, they monitor calls to everyone but attorneys. And are there cameras and in the cell even? Yeah, sometimes. No further questions. The value of that, I mean, they already said all that. You could have asked and answered that entire redirect. And then what does he have to say? He clearly just really wanted to get up and have something to say something at all, to save face, to cope. Mr. Rosie, he could have taken that and run with it so far. He could have taken that and run with it so far. He could have been like, yeah, and in those county jails, when you are familiar with those situations, do those inmates, do they need to fight with rats and ants over their food? Have they been, are they held in a prison? Are they held in solitary confinement without meaningful human contact for 13 months? Are the lights on 24/7? Do they have TV? Do they have rec time in a common room? Can they socialize with others? He could have gone on a big roll on this, but he didn't. And it was probably the smart thing to do. It really was probably the smart thing to do, because they already know. The point is made. The point's been made. So he did not have any further questions. And then we got some jury questions. You stated people may be held in jail until trial. Is that county jail or prison? And he says it's usually county. Did you listen to Mr. Allen's phone calls before May 2nd, 2023 and hear his confessions? Yes. Like, did you actually listen to these things, or did you just look at what they said on paper? Like, that's how I understood this question. Did you actually listen to these before you played them to us? Like, do you know what you were putting on as evidence here? He said, yes, he did. And so Mr. McClelland follows up that, yes, some of the phone calls, they were made before May and April, right? Some of those confessions, yes, they were. And Mr. Rosie follows up that April 3rd was his first phone call. That's how I understood the question. It was the way they read it out, the way the judge read it out. On its face, the meaning wasn't clear, because he introduced these phone calls, right? He's the sponsoring witness for these phone calls, and he talked about it. He heard the 100, 700, some phone calls, and some he listened to them over and over and over and over again. And so it's like that was the point of his entire, the point of his testimony was to know that he heard the phone calls and then chose these ones to play to the jury. So that's how I read this question. Did you listen to these? Did you listen to these? Do you know? Oh, here's a question that shows the jury is very interested in the state's attempts to narrow down the vehicles involved here. Do you know how many vans travel down Brad Weber's drive? And he says, no, it's a private drive. And he said before that it's not busy. Remind you of, did it ever occur to you to search how many 2016 Ford Focuses are registered in Carroll County? How many vans travel down this road? Like, somebody I feel like is sick of their shit. Somebody in there is sick of their shit. Are you even listening to this? And has it ever crossed your mind that there could be more than one van? There can be more than one black Ford Focus. Ever crossed your mind? You guys here who have the burden of proof and who have ruined this man's life and his wife that we are all now deeply concerned about. Everybody's like checking on her. Is she okay? Is she better? McClellan asked, the drive goes to his house and it dead ends there. Yes, it does. And you've seen the map and that the road leads to his private driveway and it dead ends in his driveway. Also heard that people say that it continues into being his driveway and that there's a gate at the end of it. And Mr. Rosie follows up that sometimes the gate is closed. Sometimes it's open. It's not always closed. That there's a house at that gate. There's other homes around Brad Weber's homes in that area, but you don't access them from those drives, that drive, and that Brad Weber has another access to his property to get down there that like comes from the other side and goes around a cornfield. Really, really sick of their shit. Do you know how many vans travel down the road the drive connects to? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The drive's also connected to a road. No, he doesn't know. So counsel then approaches for a sidebar. They have an extended sidebar. People are glancing at Kathy, make sure she's okay. I mean, I wrote all this down. I made these notes of it because it was a lot. And I wanted to make sure to be able to like give you the sense like this is ongoing. They are like monitoring her. They are checking in on her. My read on this, these people are now feeling protective of Kathy. They're feeling protective of her. They are very concerned about her. They saw her hurting. They listened to these phone calls and they're now checking in on her. So after the sidebar, we hear that the state has, the judge comes out and she kind of makes her record. The state has offered 306 to 309. This is what we heard about before. These are the photos of Mr. Allen, that Mr. Allen objected that there is no timestamp and therefore no authentication, and that objection is sustained. So the photos are not coming in. State's Exhibit 289, the Google search, that the defendant objected to it. Over the objection, I will admit it. So the Google search is admitted. This is strange because, like I said, no sponsoring witness. There's nobody on the stand to say what this is, why it matters, where it came from. I'm having a hard time finding in my notes where exactly this came up, what the foundation was. I feel like I vaguely remember it, but you know, I thought it was in Officer Cecil's testimony, but I went and looked and no, it's not there. All he's talked about was extracting Libby's phone. So what they do here is they publish these Google searches to the jury. They give them the copies and then they sit there while the jury reads them. So of course, we peons out in the courtroom, we have no idea what's in this. And so, the media, I'm sure, is probably already telling us. They probably already said what these Google searches are. I don't know what they are. I couldn't see. I'm not among the elect. Maybe soon though. I'll have a follow-up pretty soon. After those evidentiary matters were tied up, the state rests. State rests. That was it. This was about 3:30 in the afternoon, so it took them most of the day to get through the phone calls and then just all the shenanigans with trying to do the smear job that didn't work, and then the rapid compensation to try to make up for, I guess, thinking you look bad. I mean, you do look bad trying to smear a man, and you can't even convince the judge to give that to you. This judge, like, yeah, you went too far. You went too far even for her. They did not make a halftime motion to dismiss. This did surprise me a little bit, not because I expect that they would win it or that you even really have to. You don't have to bring a halftime motion to preserve any kind of appellate right. I mean, I'm saying this generally because I don't know specifically for Indiana. Given the way that this whole proceeding is operated, since we can't have our devices, normally what I would be doing when I follow a trial is I'm researching the stuff, like while we're watching. So I'm able to see how it is in Indiana. And I'm sitting here still, relatively ignorant about Indiana law because we aren't able to do that. So I only kind of get to talk in generalities and the way things certainly are done in my jurisdiction, the way I understand them to be commonly done. But I really can't make any specific claim about the way things are in Indiana. But that said, typically speaking, you don't have to bring a halftime motion to preserve any kind of appeal right, because the halftime motion is just basically saying that the state's case is insufficient as a matter of law. Their evidence is insufficient. And that is typically always an issue that you can raise on appeal. You can raise it, after conviction, after you've put on your own case, after they've had their any kind of, rebuttal case that they put on. You don't have to. It's just an option that you have. And I kind of thought that they would, just because I thought this would be an opportunity for them to kind of, except you do it outside the presence of the jury. So it's really something that would be more for the audience, and in that respect, maybe more for the press. I don't know. But it gives you a chance to kind of revisit your arguments, your closing, where you're going to be at in closing. Here's why that case is bullshit. They weren't going to win it, so there wasn't any necessity to bring it. I just thought, strategically they may want to. They may think that was a good idea, but honestly, like seeing how the mainstream is reporting this case, they might have just figured, this is just gonna give more state talking points, because that's all they're doing. Nancy Grace just comes in, sits for the parts of the state's case that she wants to repeat, and she leaves within I think before 90 minutes, like an hour. She's gone within like an hour. She's not interested in all the context and all the other things that Rick Allen was saying at this time, and his behavior at the time, and all the problems with Dr. Walla and her true crime habit. She wasn't there for any of that. She literally just wanted this detailed confession. That's it. That's all she's reporting on. And so that's kind of, reflective of a lot of the mainstream attitude. We're just here to hear what the state says. And we don't necessarily care that much about the other side. And that's what's getting reported. So I can see how a halftime motion is potentially going to backfire in that respect. You think this is a great chance for the defense to be heard, but not if nobody's going to repeat it. If they're going to just take the opportunity to be like, oh, the state said they closed an extremely strong case and they've never had a case so strong, and they clearly think the jury, just whatever. There's no need. So they didn't do a halftime motion. They went straight into the evidence. We are now in the defense case. I'm excited, guys. I've been waiting for this. So our first witness of the day was Cheyenne Mill. Cheyenne Mill is 30 years old. In 2017, she had a different name. She went through a few names that she has had over the years, because she has apparently been married several times. Back on February 13th of 2017, she was going hiking that day. She and her friend, Shelby Duncan. So at the time, she was living with her parents in Monticello, and she woke up, and they planned on going hiking up to Franz Park that day. There's a moment here where the judge interrupts and tells them to counsel approach, and she's sitting up there with notes that she has prepared. And so after the sidebar, they go and they take the notes from her. So, sua sponte, the judge raises this, deal with the notes. She says, after they did a loop around the lake, it was very warm out. And so she asked her friend if she had ever been to the High Bridge, and she had not. So they decided to go that way. It's a nice day, and they wanted to just continue walking somewhere else. So she describes the lake is about a half an hour from Monticello, about 15 minutes from Delphi. She's not sure exactly when they left, but she knows they showed up to the trail right about 2:50. She parked in the grass. There used to be a trailhead marker over there with 2 spots. And so she pulled up there in the grass. It's the connector trail to the main trail. There's a farmhouse across the street, and she believes this is known as the Mears Connector. She got a phone call at 3:13 while she was already on the trail. So she didn't remember exactly the time. And so Mr. Rosie asked to refresh. She's kind of expressing confusion now because she's been sort of chastised, for having notes. Am I going to be allowed? Like, is this okay? And so the judge says, in front of the jury and everybody, well, my concern was that she was just reading from them. Can't be just reading from her notes. It was not very assuring, like reassuring to this witness. So she then, after reviewing her notes, she recalls that the phone call came in at 3:12, and it was from her boyfriend at the time. So after everything had happened, she reported that she was on the trail the day the girls went missing. She's explaining her notes, and they asked her when, so she went and pinpointed and had the phone call. That was what enabled her to pinpoint it. So she knew she was barely on the trail. She had not gotten to the bridge yet. And their path was walking on the Mears, the connector trail. They take the left over to the High Bridge, and it was Shelby Duncan and her. They passed one man and then came across a man and a woman. The man that they passed, she said he was overweight. She said hi, and he did not respond. She didn't give any other description of this man, but I do find it interesting. This is another man that you said hi, and he did not respond. And that seemed to be unusual in this particular area, based on what we heard from Rayleigh or from Bree Wilbur. That Rayleigh was saying hi to everybody because that's just the kind of place this is, and everybody was saying hi back except for this one guy who stood out because he didn't say hi. And coincidentally, here's another guy who didn't say hi. She continued on towards the bridge. So she looked down to the platform, and there she encountered her old high school friend, Shelby Hicks. It's another Shelby, but this is Shelby Hicks and her friend Daniel. So they stopped and said hello for a minute. Didn't know that they were down there, but, just one of those, how you doing things. They continued to walk across the bridge and went all the way across. So she was just reiterating they went here because it was a beautiful day. It was very nice out. They wanted to try another trail, and she had nothing. They're not in any rush. She had nothing going on that day until it was time to pick up her son at 6:00. So it took a little bit to get all the way across the bridge because it is very dangerous, as we've heard. They got off the bridge at the end because they had to use the bathroom, and she's joking like they shared that moment. Because it's very steep, she's like, it's a very steep drop off. So we didn't go down at all. There's a barrier right there. So we literally just went right off the bridge and kind of right there. And then we got back on the bridge and took some photos on the bridge on the way back. So we got 6 photos that were admitted into evidence, and some of them were time-stamped. The first photo she took on her Snapchat, and that was taken at 3:49 p.m. Then several photos of them on the bridge, and then Shelby is on the bridge, and then there's a picture of Shelby has a picture that she took of the water that shows it was taken at 3:53, and then a picture that shows Shelby's feet hanging over the platform, and that was at 3:55. So these photos are published to the jury. Again, they're copies. They weren't displayed. We didn't get to see them. So the first photo, she explains, she took it in Snapchat. But what the actual exhibit is a screenshot from Facebook. What she did is she used the Snapchat to take the photo and, automatically posted it on Snapchat. She then screenshotted it and posted the screenshot on Facebook. And so there's a Facebook comment on top. I don't know what it says, but the date and time of, I believe, the Facebook post is 3:49. The number 4 through 6, these all had timestamps. So she explains that when she's starting to explain this lady, she is not happy with law enforcement. When she was finally contacted by the police department about 2 weeks later, she stopped. She's like, they contacted them the next day, but they were very disrespectful to us, and didn't want to hear what we had to say. So finally, 2 weeks later, someone came out to get the timeline from her. And somebody commented later on saying, and she got cut off there by Mr. Rosie because she was about to elicit hearsay. So he kind of moves her back, gets her off that for right now. So on the way back, they sat on the platform and identified it as the first platform that you reach when you arrive. And so this is the one that Mr. Allen was supposed to be on. This is the one that she saw her friend Shelby Hicks on. They were there for about 15 minutes and smoked about 2 cigarettes together. They were the only people on the bridge. While they were there, they never heard anything unusual. They never, in fact, heard anything at all. There was nothing and nobody around, even when they went over and went to the bathroom. There were no vehicles on the far side of the bridge, no vehicle noise on the far side of the bridge. So after they, finished using the restroom, they stood up and took the trail back to the car. Or wait, after they were done, I missed that part. After they were finished their cigarettes, basically on the platform, they stood up and they took the trail back to the car. And they turned right back the way that they came in. They did not go all the way down to Freedom Bridge. When they got to the connector trail, there were a man and a lady together, and they were communicating, and they were frantic. She says that they were talking fast, and she didn't know what was going on, but she thought it was suspicious, so it caught their attention. But ultimately just went back to the car and went home. So it doesn't sound like the people approached them, or they didn't approach the people. It sounds like this is probably Derek and somebody. Is this Derek and Betty? So she knew, as far as what was at the parking lot, all she remembered, there had been vehicles there. She knew there was a moped and then the car that the man was in. And she knew that it was a different car, that the car had been there earlier when they first arrived. There was nobody walking on the country road that she ever saw. No cars went by. She took Shelby home. It's about a 10 to 20 minute drive. And then she herself went back home. So she would have come out and gone back towards Delphi through town in order to drop off Shelby. And Shelby lives out past what she says is the vet's office. I don't know this direction, but basically over on the other side of Delphi. I keep saying Delphi sometimes. If I say that, it's just because I've lost sleep, and it's the Greek, the Greek, the Oracle, Pythia, all that is Delphi. Just that connection that I shorthand to when my brain gets a little sleepy. They would have gone through Delphi. So her time frame is that they got there about 2:50 and they left at or just after 4 o'clock. In that time, they only saw one man on the trail, and then her friends, and then the people that were at the connector at the end. So she posted the photos that they took on Facebook that evening, and she tagged Shelley Duncan. And a friend of Shelley Duncan's ultimately comments on it and says, there were girls out there that went missing. Did you see them? And she said no. So then the next day, all of the news had broke out about what had happened. And she tried to reach out to law enforcement the very next morning when she saw on the news about it, and told them about her car being parked there and who she saw. The lady on the other line was rude, said, "This is a serious matter." I said, "Please take my information." She had to beg them to take her information. So eventually they came to talk to her 2 weeks later. She went to Shelby Duncan had called and said that a police officer is here and he wants to speak with you. So she went to Shelby Duncan's work and they spoke in the parking lot. Her mom was in the car with her, but did not overhear any part of the conversation. She doesn't know who the officer was, just that it was a male and he was white. When she first got there, he asked about their involvement. She told him their timeline. And he was interested in her call mainly from the point of view that her boyfriend was incarcerated. And so she says he was more interested in antagonizing me about that. She gave him everything that she remembered, and he took notes. There was no body cam or anything, no apparent recording of this conversation with her. He didn't ask to inspect her phone. He didn't get the number off the back of her phone. He didn't get any of the images from her phone. And as far as she knew, the interview was not audio recorded. A little bit different treatment here than we're seeing in other situations. So she heard nothing else from law enforcement until about 6 months later when she heard from the FBI. So what happened is she received a phone call because her phone is registered in her mother's name. So they called and they asked for her mother. She, when they called, knew what the situation was about and told them, that she knew and that it was her. And they let her know, what they were investigating and told her that her phone had pinged, And so she said, yes, it's, my phone. They clarified all that. And I already spoke to police about it. And they said, okay. And it was about a 5-minute conversation. Weeks later, she heard something again, which is when she tried to reach out in person. The way that she described it was that this case has been blown up online because I posted myself online. And so people were, she was like, people were thinking they were going to solve this crime from their couch, and everybody is throwing out accusations and stuff. So because she posted herself online, people doxed her. They released information about her kids, where she lived, her personal information. She had to give up her professional licensing because they were calling and harassing. And she was concerned that nobody was doing anything about what she saw. So she sent a letter. And it was just to advise them that she was still around, still available, but she was taking her stuff offline. She was no longer going to be online. And also letting them know she's married now and has a different name. So Exhibit UU, the defense has letters for their exhibits. So this is Defense UU. It's the letter. She says she created it and sent a copy of it for the purpose of letting them know that she's been dealing with this mess online and tell them how her reporting went the day the girl went missing. She's clearly, thinking that this was not cool. Like, why wouldn't you want to know? They gave her the brush off. So the state objected to this. Ms. Diener for the state said it's not relevant. It's just the same as her testimony because it's her timeline. And Mr. Rosie responds that it's relevant because it shows that she wasn't on law enforcement's radar when they should have known. It goes to the investigation. So it was overruled. The judge says, well, I think, Diener, it goes to weight and not admissibility. So it was admitted and published to the jury. Once again, we didn't get to see it. After sending the letter in December of 2022, she had law enforcement show up in her house. She didn't have a date for it, but knew it was sometime in 2023. So they showed up the house with a photo of one of the photos of Shelby on a bridge. It was not a photo that she had seen before, she says, but they have this other photo of Shelby on the bridge, and they asked her if it was Shelby Hicks. And she said, no, it's Shelby Duncan. And he said again, is it Shelly Hicks? And she said, no, it's Shelby Duncan. And ultimately, they just, wrap it up. He's getting in the car, and on his way out, he gets in the car and he says, so is this Shelly Hicks? And she says, no, it's Shelly Duncan. And he said, okay. And then they left. And she had no contact from law enforcement again. Until the defense contacted her. And so in the letter, there's a reference to shortly after you passed Richard Allen. She said, explains that what she put in the letter at this time, there had been leaks in the case, and there was all kinds of stuff on Facebook. The police had said Richard Allen and that she saw each other. So she put that in because of all of the crazy stuff online. And she said it was a call for help and that she didn't get. Like the letter was a call for help and she didn't get it. But basically, she's referring to Richard Allen, seeing Richard Allen because that's what they understood it to be, the man that she saw to be Richard Allen. And so he clarifies, so you did not see Richard Allen? And she says no. And so Ms. Diener clarifies this. You're not saying you saw Richard Allen. You're saying you saw people saying the man you passed was Richard Allen. And she agreed with this. So Ms. Diener, this is not a skilled cross like in any way. This is like a civil deposition kind of cross where you basically just repeat what they say. It's really ineffective at trial. Like in a civil deposition, what you're doing is you're trying to get them to repeat because one, you're trying to flesh out. So you're trying to get more details that you can then try to validate or invalidate. You're trying to catch them, see if they change anything so that you can catch them in an inconsistency. And ultimately, you're just trying to pin them down very, very specifically on what their story is so that you can then look for evidence that either corroborates it or rejects it, contradicts it. And then that pretty much establishes what your strategy is with this witness at trial. So it's very, very different than what you need to be doing in a criminal trial where it's like, this is an adverse witness. Why would you just have them repeat everything that they just said for the jury again? It's not really a smart thing to do, but she did. So they repeated, you told the officer that you passed a man. She does bring out this extra fact. Told the officer you passed a man who was taking pictures and had a camera around his neck. She says, I don't know if he was taking pictures. I saw something around his neck. I thought it might be a camera. I only saw him for a moment. She says she just passed by, only saw him for a moment. And she said he was an old man walking past me right before the platform. So she was heading to the bridge. He was passing behind. And the call came in between Mears and the High Bridge. She remembered answering and thinking she was surprised that she had service. So the time that she parked is just an estimate. They agree with that. As far as the photos that are in the exhibit, she knows that the one taken at 3:49 is the first photo. So they had gotten to the end, used the bathroom, and then gotten back on the bridge and took that first photo before they headed back. So they were on the bridge for all four photos, and then they sat there, before getting off, they sat there and they smoked 2 cigarettes. And that at 3:55, they were still on the High Bridge, but over towards the beginning side. She says she took the picture and then they sat and had their cigarettes and went back to the car. Clarified that when they went off the bridge at the end, they stepped off to the right-hand side. There's a steep hill there. So they were at the same level as the end of the bridge when they were doing their business. Mr. Rosie on his redirect says that the notes that she brought, none of them had been prepared until she basically says none of them were prepared until 2 days before her deposition, because that was the first time she'd ever heard from the prosecution. She said, thankfully, Stacy called me and let me know, I guess. So that's the first time she went through things that the defense gave her, things that the prosecution gave her, and she used that to write things down. I think that's probably how she ended up getting those photos from Shelby Duncan, from Shelby's social media. So we then have a sidebar because there's a jury question. The question is, did you see or hear any vehicles on the road under the bridge? And she said, there is no road under there. It's a steep drop off to the water. So it seems she either does not know about or did not remember the road, the driveway road. If it was 3:49 to 3:55 to get end to end, did it take you 6 minutes to walk across the bridge? So the jury is now trying to get a more nailed down timeline of like, what is it like being on this bridge? How long does it take to get across? Can you get across real fast? Does it take time? She said that we started back at 3:49. We weren't quite, she says we were further back to the north. We were like on the far north side. They started back at 3:49, and they were heading back towards the north, but they weren't at the end of the platform, so they were further back. So she's basically saying we hadn't gotten all the way across the bridge. She says, I'd say it takes at least 10 minutes to walk across because it is dangerous and falling apart. That seems to be stretching, the photo data a little bit, but without really seeing the photos and where they were taken, it is kind of hard to say. But I don't think it takes very long to get out to that first platform, but I don't know what the condition of the bridge was at the time. That first platform, I'm pretty sure, is the same one that's right now where the end of the reconstructed area is, where there's now a rail and you can't go any further. And so they've improved it and it's treks, and it's not, I hope it's not so dangerous. It doesn't seem so dangerous as like what's right on the other side of that rail. But that seems like a little bit of a stretch. Like it does seem, would it take a whole nother 4 minutes to get from the platform to the end? I don't think so. Not if it took you 6 minutes to get all the way from the far end to that platform. So I do think she is maybe stretching that a little bit, but somewhere in the probably 8 minute range is probably fair. The next witness was Teresa Lebert. Mr. Baldwin handled this direct examination. She was very hard to hear, extremely soft-spoken. We had to really, really lean in, and I'm sure missed a lot. So we established, Mr. Baldwin did a great job of trying to repeat what she said so that we got to hear it. And it was a clever technique because it's Mr. McLeland's technique. It's what he does. He's objecting to asked and answered while he's asking the same question like 5 times, because he'll be like, so you said this, and then this, and then this. And he restates everything that they just said. And then, half an hour later, he'd be like, we were talking about this. And remember your testimony that this, and then you said this, and then you said, so it's, it's this little way he has to emphasize the things over and over again. So Mr. Baldwin adopted that technique, and I thought that was very clever because it was going to be in a position where if there's an objection, he gets to point out this is exactly what Mr. McLeland has been doing this entire trial. So we heard that she lives over on 625 West, which is the road on the other side of the Monon High Bridge Trail. This is the one that peters out into the driveway. She says her house is down at the end of the road. Next to the road is a lane that goes down to Brad Weber's house. She is the last house on the left before they get to Brad Weber's lane. She has lived there for 48 years. She knows the Weber family. She points out, not yet. She acknowledges that there's a gate on the property. And that it's basically there to control trespassers. That she's asked, does it go onto Weber's property? And she says, well, half of it's mine. So I think they share the property down there on that far side of the gate. So they kind of share the gate. So then they have her step down and go over to the map. They have difficulty getting her configured because she is so soft-spoken. The judge says as long as she stands by a microphone and we can hear her. So they're having a difficult time kind of getting positioned around the map on the screen because she's standing in front of the map and then she's facing away from the mic and she's so soft-spoken you can't hear anything. And they're like, you got to get her closer to the mic. And she couldn't quite figure out where to be. And so Mr. Baldwin is literally is it okay? Do you mind literally putting his hands on her shoulders to try to put her in the right position. And at this point, the judge, she's got this exasperated look on her face. She just doesn't like the defense doing anything at all. So they look at the map. She identifies her house, the gate, the bridge. Asked about where Brad Weber's house is. She says she doesn't really know where it is. She's not recognizing it on the map. She agrees that he made another entrance to get out there. The gate, she had wanted to keep it closed during the winter because it's not safe to go through there. And so I think that's her explanation for why he put in the alternate route in. So asked to describe the property before she gets to her house. It was her and then 2 houses and then a field where there are now 3 houses. But at the time it was a field. And then an old house, and the 2 houses were an old house and then another house next to them. And then on the left-hand side, there were 3 houses. On the right, there's another lane that goes back, and there's other houses back there. There are mailboxes for the houses on the right. They're right there on the road on 625. So, hey, you Zachariah Anderson folks, we're going to have some mailboxes. We're going to have some mailboxes. She says, on February 13th of 2017, they were coming back from town. It was about 8:30 a.m. Somebody was standing at the mailboxes. It caught her eye because, and then we couldn't hear, but it seemed strange. So she got out of the car and then he was gone. So she just basically barely glanced past him while they were passing. If that person, she's asked if that person continued past your house and gate, where would they end up? In the woods. So she talked to law enforcement and described who she saw the best she could. And she thought it was important to tell them what she saw because the girls had been killed. And as far as getting to the High Bridge, she said it was a good walk, but not really too far. So Mr. Luttrell did the cross. He said that nobody had come to the house looking for the people. And so on the date and issue, it was around 8:30 in the morning. Kind of again, just repeating, she and her husband saw men that they hadn't seen before at the mailboxes. They've never seen him since. They've never seen a photo of him. They've never seen his face, and he's not a neighbor or anyone else that is regular to that area. That was all of his questions. The jury then had a question. On February 13th, 2017, there was no school. Is it possible that you'd seen a high school student? And she said no. Like very quickly, no, absolutely not a high school student. So strange person loitering around the mailboxes at 8:30 in the morning on the far side of the High Bridge. Why does this matter? Because pretty sure it was Holman. Might have been Mullen, might have been Liggett. Don't remember exactly who, but I'm pretty sure it was Holman. When they can't agree, I think actually it was Liggett. I think maybe it was Liggett, who was the chief deputy at the time. He couldn't agree that it was possible that like there were other people at the end of the bridge. Like this is just kind of incomprehensible, and so asked if he had any information to suspect that the killer might have approached from the other side. And he said no. He said no, had no such information. Well, this is why Teresa Lebert matters. She had given them information about a suspicious person. So a reason to think might have approached from the other side would have been this report. That was all of the evidence for today. We got a quick little, after the jury left, not really an argument, but more of a question from Mr. Baldwin. He says that we have filed motions relating to the third-party suspect defense. So we know about these. They filed motions. I still haven't had a chance to see him yet. It's not crazy late yet, but that's still out there. He says we're having a hard time charting our course. And so he's asking if you have any sense on when you might rule on that. So the judge says that she started reading it, but she hasn't got there yet. Wasn't sure if the state intended to respond in writing. The state says they got up and says, McLeland says they did not intend to respond in writing. They plan to just argue it. Everybody agrees that time is precious right now. So state is not going to put their argument in writing. And then that's where it got left. The judge knows they would like a ruling, and she, is non-committal, and they are having to sort of arrange the logistics of their defense case without knowing whether or not they will be able to put on any of their third-party witnesses yet. I'm not optimistic for them. I'm sure that they're not either. But, the motion's out there. It's pending. They got to ask. And it probably would change the order of how they do things if they are allowed to go down that road. So then Mr. McLeland also just addressed the exhibit, the smear video that was not admitted, and he wanted to give it to the court reporter. It's a video on a flash drive, just so that the record is complete as to what exactly he had proffered. He wants it in the record. He wants it in the record, but it's not an admitted exhibit. It's not an admitted exhibit. So I don't know what the court's process is going to be for exhibits that are not admitted. Typically, in my experience, in my jurisdiction, they give them back to you at the conclusion of the trial. They don't necessarily hang on to the things that have been admitted. The items that have been admitted into evidence, if there's a conviction, then they hold on to them in the event that there is an appeal. But otherwise, if there's like, I don't know, this isn't going to happen, but say there's a late plea or something like that, and they plea out, what do you do with the exhibits? They typically just give them right back. So he wants this in the record. And I thought that was, because I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing because he knows I'm going after the exhibits, and I think he knows I'm going to get them. The exhibits are public record. So this is just part of the smear, being able to have that video out there. He wanted to get that in. Even if the jury doesn't get to see it, the public's going to get to see it. And then they're going to, at some point, look at it and think, oh, wow, what a terrible guy this Rick Allen is. That was our day. Don't know what was in the Google searches. Don't know what's in the Snapchat photos. What I really wanted to know, the Google searches are going to be what they are. But what I'm particularly interested in is the certificate of the business records, the authentication portion, the one that Ms. Auger was saying this is problematic. It doesn't identify what's attached to it, like what it's associated with. It doesn't describe the documents that are being presented with it. So I really want to see that because I want to see what this authentication says. I want to see if it looks like the kind of thing that is sufficiently generic that you could maybe just slip in something else that's unrelated. Do I trust these investigators not to do that? No. At this point, no. No, I don't. I feel like it's not hard to authenticate things from Google. They deal with, thousands, maybe tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of these in an average week. So I would like to see what that says. I want to get a sense for myself of what exactly this discrepancy is, because a lack of authenticity makes me suspicious. There's a question about it. It makes me suspicious. So I want to see it because clearly the jury is seeing it. Wasn't much of a finish to that state's case. I'm telling you. It was literally, metaphorically, it's like they walked in, said, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, lifted their foot, shot it, and sat back down. It just did not. I did not see this landing. I really didn't. I'll tell them whatever they want to hear. I'll tell them whatever they want to hear. I think I'm going crazy. Maybe the jury isn't buying it. Maybe they're not buying it. Maybe they think this is all sincere. Maybe they do. It's just very, very hard for me to believe after everything we've heard about this context, and even the state's own witness, Dr. Walla, conceding that, yeah, this is detrimental to your mental health. There's a reason why people don't spend 13 months in solitary confinement. And after just all of the lies, and they just lied. They lied again today. They lied right to our faces. I'll tell them whatever they want to know. No. I'll tell them whatever they want me to say. I'll tell them whatever they want to hear. Extremely different propositions. And so you're either extraordinarily careless in your review and you're not the expert that you think you are after listening to these hundreds and hundreds of hours, and you would make a fundamental mistake like that. Or you're trying to be misleading. You're being dishonest. And after all that we already heard about how, it's totally fine for police to lie in a law enforcement investigation. We're going to lie to Mr. Allen repeatedly. We're going to lie about our lying because we're going to say, we lied 2 times. We can watch that interrogation and see like 10 lies, a lot of lies. Lies and lies about lies. And at some point you just wonder, is there any point where the lies stop? So I wonder very much about the impression that this is making on the jury. And I just have some real serious doubts that this was the grand slam walk-off finish that the state was hoping that they were going to get. And I just have this gut from that interaction, how unprepared they were. They were messing it up. They didn't really want to engage with this evidence that they're putting on. And Mr. Mullen was like, I just got this feeling there's like some conflict there. Like, this was Mullen's idea. McClellan knows it's stupid, but he did it. But that's why he's tried to finish with that smear. That's why he tried to finish with that smear video, because he thought that was going to make up the ground that the confessions lost them. That was going to be able to shift them back from, we freaking hate what you did. We hate you guys for what you did. To now we're going to hate Mr. Allen because we don't like his behavior, because he looks like he's behaving like a crazy guy or something. I mean, I don't know. Haven't seen the video. But just from how they described, he got mad. He got mad and he yelled. So that's why he wanted to finish with that, because he knew those confessions. And I think he knew that was a mistake. I think he knew that's what a mistake. But that was the case. His investigator brought him, so that's what he was stuck with. And so then when he wasn't able to present that smear, it was like a balloon deflating. That copy little redirect, it gave us nothing. It was literally just an opportunity for you to speak some words, to pretend like you didn't just get your ass handed to you with what you were trying to achieve. I'm fine. Everything's fine. The meme. So we'll get all defense witnesses tomorrow, all defense all day, all defense case all day. I've been waiting for this, guys. I'm excited. Like, people are kind of starting to leave now. I noticed, like I mentioned, there's all these people in the back during this whole sidebar thing and the Carol, the going back and forth about the video. There's like, 12 cops where there's usually like maybe 3, usually probably more like 2. There's like a dozen of them. Very weird things going on. But besides those new people showing up, the people in the audience, it's like people are starting to leave now. We had a short line after lunch. There were people in line, waiting to go in, as there has been. And so what most of those people are at this point is just the people in the media that aren't getting a press pass for the day, and they're basically working shifts. So somebody for the outlet will be there for the morning shift, and then they'll trade off at noon. So it's you're not really losing seats at this point, just based on the fact that there are additional people already down there waiting in line. But people are leaving after lunch. A lot of people not coming back. Like there were empty seats. I'm like, you guys are nuts. You guys are nuts. This is what I've been waiting to see. I mean, I feel like I kind of knew what the prosecutor had at the opening, and it wasn't anything I hadn't heard before. I'm just waiting to hear, is there some big surprise? Do they have some bombshell? No, not only did they not have a bombshell, but the stuff that they had that seemed like it was big, it fizzled. It turned out that's all a dud. The clothing description, yeah, he didn't give it. Parked at the CPS building, he didn't say that. The bullet, magic bullet, doesn't work with his confession. It's not how it happened. Their case is hanging on the thread of that van. That van. It sounded bad when it came out. It did. It sounds like, oh, this is so detailed, so specific. How are they going to deal with this? Well, we start by dealing with Dr. Walla being highly unprofessional, researching his case, talking about his case online while she's treating him. But then we got that preview with Brad Weber and the subpoena of Brad Weber, so we know exactly what is coming. We know exactly what is coming. He's trying, the state's trying to put his van there to corroborate Rick's statement. That's the only way that they can say he had inside information only the killer would know. There has to be a van there for them to be able to say that. So if the van goes away, poof. There goes the confession. And then your battle is over. Can you give these confessions any weight at all? I don't want to underestimate that. I really don't, because I know that is so powerful with so many people. It really is. There are so many people who just think, they are convinced, you can never get me to confess to something I didn't do. And they've never been in a situation like this. It reminds me of when people think like, oh, if I went to war, this is how I'd be, or if there was like a plane crash and this is how I would react. It's like, it's just your storytelling about yourself in your mind, because you don't actually know until you're in that situation and you're truly tested. And everybody has a breaking point. Everybody has a breaking point. But you just don't know. You just don't know. If there are people over there that think, you said it so many times, seemed to mean it, was sincere, think maybe he's feigning. You can't rule out that there are people that believe, believe some of the stuff that the state presented. And, the confession alone, if somebody believes the confession alone, they think, yes, this man confessed to doing it. That can be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. People can and have convicted solely on the basis of somebody's confession. Some places, some jurisdictions have a rule. I believe it's usually an evidentiary rule. It's not like of constitutional magnitude or anything like that. I think it is usually an evidentiary rule, or it may be like just a principle from case law that can get translated into a jury instruction. Not all states have it, though. My state doesn't, but some states, they will say that you cannot convict solely on the basis of an uncorroborated confession. Just the defendant's words are not enough to put him away. Some places say that. My state does not. I don't know what Indiana does. I don't know. That would be a massive lifesaver for him, frankly, if that's the case, because there's just so little to corroborate it. Especially if they lose the van. Once they lose the van and they lose the the bullet's already wrong. How do you put weight in this confession? People that believe he's guilty, they'll come up with explanations. Like I already know that. They'll come up with like explanations. Well, he was just trying to throw them off the trail. Why would you say anything at all? If you're clever and you're trying to avoid detection, then why would you say anything at all and implicate yourself and then try to throw them off the trail? It doesn't make any sense. But I know that those explanations are out there, and that people will give them. People will hold on to their belief, and so I am worried. I am, this is not a free, like, easy. It never is with a jury. You just never know what a jury is going to do. You never know. But they sure did seem concerned about Kathy today, and not in in a very protective way. It just hard to communicate the vibe. But I think men can look at something like that and they can appreciate, like, hurt me, but you hurt my wife. That's not just oh, you made a mistake. Oh, maybe you got some things wrong with your case. Oh, no, this is like rage inducing stuff. I think if a man puts himself in that position and he just imagines, yeah, I didn't do anything. I told them I didn't do anything. They made up this junk. They made up this bullet that's just junk science. And then tried to make up all this other stuff against me. And they threw me in solitary confinement, took me away from my family. My wife lost her job. I'm going to be worried about them. I'm going to be worried about how they feel, but I'm also going to be worried about how are they surviving? Because now I'm no longer contributing to the family, and she can no longer contribute. That must have been a very desperate situation for them. And I think a man can put themselves in that position and look at what they did to Richard Allen and think, if that was me and if that was my wife over there listening to these phone calls after they broke me, I just have a hard time thinking that that's something they're really going to get behind. But you just never know what you're going to get with a jury. Time will tell. Let's get to your comments and questions, guys. It's not super late yet, but it is getting a little bit late, and I am ready to catch up on my sleep tonight because I finished the writ documents. There's a whole process where you have to kind of get them screened before you can file them. It's like a pre-approval by the court to make sure that, like, I'm pretty sure it's just to make sure you've like followed the formalities and stuff like that. So as soon as I get that approval, that will be filed. And then we just hope. But that means that my late night my late night scrambling to get all of that done is over, and I will be able to get a few more hours on the nightly basis, and I will enjoy that immensely. So AJ Charles is now a YouTube member. Welcome so much, AJ. Michael Mud Dragon. Sound like this judge likes breaks during the defense's time. Indeed, she does. Like how she interrupted Rosie yesterday with his cross-examination. He gave her the opportunity to just go ahead and take it 15 minutes early, take it at the beginning so he didn't get interrupted. No, he did not get that courtesy. We had lunch when Judge Gold wanted to have lunch, which was in the middle of his cross. Auntie Bev did that, often putting breaks in the middle of questioning. Have you noticed if it's a trend among biased judges? I'll watch the stream tomorrow. I don't know, because it's just, it's so often that it's not often that you see judges that are this extreme. Like I'm trying to remember back, there was a judge I was in front of that was just terrible. Oh, it was just terrible. I don't remember that I ever got my cross interrupted. I just don't remember. Like, honestly, that would have been like with a bad judge. It's just one of the least things that you're concerned about, because it's not actually like damaging your case unfairly, which is your client. When you damage my case unfairly, you're damaging my client unfairly. And that's going to make me real mad. This procedural ticky-tacky stuff, this is just you trying to be annoying. It wouldn't have bothered me, getting broken up on cross. And honestly, in some ways, I can find that to be an advantage. Sometimes when you get on cross, you're already kind of on the fly, right? Because your cross is in response to the opening or to the direct. And you don't know what the direct is going to be necessarily until it happens. You can have a pretty good idea, but things can come up that you have to really adjust. You have to really adjust on the fly. And so you give me a break. Great. You give me time to strategize. You give me time to like go and find my impeachment materials or whatever. I don't necessarily see that as a disadvantage. So I'm kind of okay with it in that sense. I don't think it would have bothered me. So I don't know that I would have noticed, but, yeah, maybe I'll start paying attention and see if I can detect a trend there. TNT 34 SRV RIP. Do you think the defense will have additional substantial evidence of the mental cruelty and torture that RA endured? Your coverage of this trial is remarkable and award-winning. Well, thank you. I don't know that it has won any awards, but I certainly do appreciate the acclaim that so many of you are giving me in the comments. I really do appreciate it. I'm starting to like this. I mean, like people wave to me on the street. I leave court and I'll, like chit chat, and people will be walking by on the side. Oh, hi, Andrea. Watch your stream. It's like amazing. It's just this very cool phenomenon. I'm in line, people will recognize me, come say hi. So it's very cool. And it's wonderful to know that people want this level of information about the case. They aren't satisfied with just the quick hit. Here's how we think it's going. So we're going to tell you how we think it's going as a fact. I'm telling you how I think it's going, but I think I'm making it clear that this is very much my opinion. This is just my read on what I'm trying to deliver to you as factual information. And, that I absolutely could be wrong. Of course I could be wrong. You can always be wrong with a jury. You just never know. You never know. As far as the defense having additional substantial evidence of the mental cruelty, I feel like the record of the mental cruelty is probably mostly there. They did ask for some of the inmates to be transferred. So that is a possibility. If there are inmates who might be able to substantiate some of the things that were like hinted at, but they kind of didn't really agree. Nobody really gave a real picture about, the name calling and the so forth. But I mean, they did. We did hear about that from several guards. They called him baby killer. They called him this. So could be inmates, maybe like an ex-guard They got an ex-guard who's got a conscience, because I think when you have a conscience in a facility like that, at some point you're faced with a choice of, do you retain your conscience or do you just go ahead and dive into monsterdom? And so, maybe an ex-guard. They do seem to have Dr. Martin. I vaguely remember Dr. Martin is going to be called. So these are all possible. These are all possible opportunities. It seems like we're going to get Dr. Martin like that. I feel like that was hinted at today just because of that question that Mr. Rosie asked about. You would defer to the opinion of the psychologist who was there treating him and observing him at the time, and to any other like psych professional who was observing him at the time. So that he's very much laid this foundation of, at the time there was somebody else. There was somebody else there. And so it's possible that that's Dr. Martin. It's possible that it is a defense expert that they got, early on, that they were able to get in and get some observations of him. And frankly, that wouldn't surprise me, because given this man's condition, they had to have competency concerns. He's psychotic. And he's saying things against his interests and things that are wrong, things that are delusional. He's clearly emotionally fragile, not sure if anyone loves him. So they could have had an expert in there in that kind of way, evaluate his mental capacity. And you pretty much have to in a case like this anyway. But especially when you have, symptoms like this showing up. They got to look at, well, is it possible that he, if he's having psychotic breaks, is it possible he had a psychotic break back then? They have to look into that stuff before they really have the whole picture of the case. And it's taken them a long time to get the whole picture of the case because the state has been reluctant to hand it over. There's been, issues with late discovery and things not making it over in time and so forth, as we just saw with the smear video today. This very, very gotcha approach. Jadzia 1969, they have footage of car like RA's approaching the area at the right time, but none of it leaving again. Is that right? Presumably it didn't fit the state's timeline. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, so I think their theory, see, the state's theory is that he took the long route. Rick described there's two routes to be able to get there from where he was. And he made it clear he would have gone through town. He just only learned that there was this other way because they happened to stumble upon it one time. So he makes the mistake of pointing this out. And then they're like, oh, that's the route he took. So I think their theory is he took the long route there that led him past the camera, but then when he left, he would have gone the other way. It's just that wouldn't work, would it? If he went from Mears, towards downtown, that's when he would have passed the video. He would have passed it when he left. Because that's when Kelsey passed it. She didn't pass it on the way there. She passed it when she left to go downtown to her boyfriend's house. Huh. Maybe there's already an issue with the timeline. I don't know. But I guess, well, no, that's right, because he didn't park at Mears. That's why. That's the issue. That's the problem. He didn't park at Mears. So he would have gone past the camera to get to the CPS lot. That's their argument, that he parked at the CPS lot. And so then when he left, if he went straight home back to downtown, and didn't take this long route that they have really no explanation for why he would have taken that. And then they lied about it. They lied about it. That's when the jury was starting to catch on. You said he went this way. But actually in the interview, he didn't say that. That's like when they were starting to catch on, and that's why I just love that they got to see that interrogation and they got to see. Yeah, not only did they lie about what he told him about the route that he took, he never even said he took this other route. He just said he learned that it existed because they happened to stumble upon it. So that's going to be their theory. Their theory is he took this random convoluted way to get there. That's why he's on the camera. And then he took the direct route home. If he had just taken the direct route both ways, he would not have been on the camera at all at any point. So they have to have this bizarre explanation for why he's on it in the first place. Inigo Montoya, the DA is going to offer a 24th hour deal for an Alford and 25 years with time served. They can't risk losing. Would you tell RA to take it? I don't know what the defense has in their pocket. I don't feel like this is a very strong case. I would be inclined to discourage it, but it's the client's life and there's a lot on the line. That's the kind of conversations I have with people. I don't like to lean on them. It's not my choice, and it's a hard choice. And in many ways, they are the only person who really, 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 really knows. Really knows because they personally lived it. They know what happened. They know what they do or don't feel guilty for, whether there is anything that they need to make up for. And they're in the best position to decide if that's something that they can live with, if they think the risk is too high. If the client is really adamant that they're innocent, even in the face of good offers, I'm not going to force them to take a deal. I'm not even going to pressure them to take a deal. If I feel like we can prove it, or that the state is going to fall on its face, I'm not going to pressure them. If they want to take it, I might be like, are you sure? Think about it. Here's where we're at. Doesn't look like they're in a very good position. We got all this good stuff to work with, but there's always risk. You got to decide. You got to decide how comfortable you are with that risk. And I'll make sure that people know that I will fight for them. They want to go forward. And if they want to take the plea, I'll understand and I'll support them and I'll make it happen. So those are hard conversations. I don't like that, when they come in and you got a client that you don't think is guilty and you think you can win it at trial, but they come in with a sweetheart deal. And it's just it's very hard for them to refuse because the magnitude of the downside, if you go forward and you lose, is high. It's just so high. So it's an easy out. It's a very easy out. AW, Andrea, are the transcripts of RA phone calls public? No, they are not. There is a streamer stating that they have received a typed copy of RA's confessions. If it's not published, that concerns me. So they were not published. So there's only limited sources for that. They all originated from the prosecuting attorney's office. The only possible alternative is somebody in the courtroom was able to take it down enough and then type it in. I don't think that's realistic. I'm pretty sure I'm like the fastest and most thorough note taker in there, and I don't get everything. You can't get everything. You just can't. I mean, they could have somebody that does shorthand. You can't say it's not possible. But if it's like an actual transcript, if this is these were like actual transcripts, they look like it. They got the, the lined, the margin paper and all that. That really shouldn't be out there. It was in the hands of the jurors temporarily, and it was in the hands of the bailiff, and it was in the hands of the prosecuting attorney. So That's out there. The sources for it being out there are pretty limited. Did you notice RA's demeanor? So I couldn't see him for much of the day. Like I said, while all this is going on, he's facing forward. I'm not paying attention to him. I'm really paying attention to Kathy, and I'm paying attention to the jury. You really can't see him anyway because he's looking the other way. So the only times I really noticed him are that moment that I mentioned during lunch, when he was having a moment with Kathy, and it was nice. It was nice to see. He was smiling. He was happy. She was smiling. She was happy. It was like a good moment that they were having, in the face of all of this just awful thing that they just had to go through and relive. And it was almost like it was like it made me feel good because it gave me a sense of victory, that they've survived all that, and here they are, and they can still smile, and they can still love each other. I mean, it looks like they do. It looks like they do. So that was really the most that I saw of his demeanor today. The only other time I really got a good look at how Rick was doing was during all of these long breaks, like when the defense went out to watch the video that they'd never seen. He doesn't get to watch it with them, right? So he's sitting alone by himself in the courtroom while all of his lawyers are out watching this video that he by rights should be entitled to see, but they're never going to let that happen. Security, they can't. Security, can't let him be somewhere confidential in the courthouse. And obviously the attorneys can't sit and have a confidential meeting like that in the courthouse, in the courtroom. So during that time, he does. He seems most of the time, like it seems like his baseline is a little bit anxious. Like he's got his arms crossed. He's kind of active with his body language, kind of shifts a little bit, and he's not smiling. He's not like, scowling or anything. He's just got this kind of neutral expression, but he's just got that little bit of furrowed brow. He's got a little furrowed brow. He's just kind of anxious, kind of waiting. He is not the calm. He is not the calm, unbothered man who sat in the interrogation room checking his phone, just scrolling his phone. The guy who had no idea that this was coming down the pike. He's not that guy anymore. The squid. Did RA ever give a description of the van? If not, that's an easy scenario to come up with. Being startled by a van while in the woods. Either van or truck is an easy guess. Yeah, he didn't describe it. That was something I couldn't remember because I heard it both ways. When I heard it, I only heard van. So I wrote down van in my notes. But then when they, we because so much of this was difficult to hear. We had to compare our notes a lot the other day. Some people, I think they already knew about a white van. I think there's somebody out there gets leaks, and does stuff. And so I feel like there were some people that already knew about a white van. And so they heard white van and not because it was said, that seems to have been substantiated today in the testimony. He just said it was a van. He didn't give a color. He didn't give a make. He didn't give a model. So yeah, a random van. And there very well could be lots of references to vans in the discovery. I don't know. I haven't seen the discovery. I don't know the context. They have their paralegal on the evidence on the witness list. So he would presumably be somebody who has access to the discoveries, probably in charge of managing it and organizing it and all the stuff like that. Maybe we'll find out if there are references to vans in the discovery. Tyka's Palace. Considering the apparent risk level presented by Allen, which warranted such extraordinary measures, I'm surprised the judge didn't agree to put Allen in a defendant cage during the trial like they do in Russia. Yeah, put him in the box like Goering, sit up there in the box. Yeah, that wouldn't fly. Even Judge Goal knows that would get her a smackdown if she tried to do something like that. But she might think about it and wish that she could. Mad World, take this pound amount and buy some flowers for the table behind you from the chat, please. If I could send them, I would. Thanks, Andrea. I will. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I've been trying to keep it clean. I accidentally left a little lonely napkin up there tonight. So there's your visual. I'll get some flowers. That sounds very nice. Beer 30 Lacrosse. Andrea, how many days do you think for the defense case? It is so hard to guess because I don't know what they have. And, a lot depends on the third party culprit, of course. When they set the timeline for the trial initially, it was in contemplation of the defense having a substantial third party culprit case to put on. It took them 3 days, roughly to put it on in the evidentiary hearing. And that's different. So if they don't have any of that and they don't get to put on any of those people, okay, we know it's going to be shorter than that, but I just don't know what else they have. We've been hinted at a psychologist. I expect experts. I expect a forensics. Pretty sure the FBI, this Poole, Agent Poole, pretty sure, but I just, I don't want to misremember that. I really don't. But I just know the FBI agent has come up. I swear they had an FBI agent on their list. I just ran through those names so fast. There was no way that you were going to be able to pick them up. This is why we got to get those audios. This is our information, to be able to have that. Pause it. Write the name down, pause it, write the name down, pause it. So, I just as a general proposition, I would say at least a week. I would think at least a week, just because we know they will have experts. They got the forensics, they got the psychologist. They got to have somebody on cell phones. They just have to. But what else they have, especially as far as percipient witnesses and these other things, it's hard to say. And then you also have the priorities. All of these objections to beyond the scope that were sustained in the state's case, they got to now decide if it's worth their time and their investment to bring those people back in so that they can have them on direct and define their own scope of what they're going to talk about. And some of them are more important than others. It's always, you don't want to assume that the jury is seeing things the way that you are. You don't want to assume too much. And so most lawyers are going to run the risk of, I'd rather piss off the jury by putting on more of a case than run the risk that my client gets convicted because I thought they got it. And so I cut critical evidence that might have changed things. It might have changed their minds if I had put that in. My thinking is maybe, a week minimum. But it just depends. Amy Granger, Nos da from Wales, UK. Thinking out loud, Abby had marks around mouth. Could she have been chloroformed? That's a good question. I don't know if that's the type of thing that would leave some kind of residue that would show up in a toxicology. I don't know. I don't know what the metabolism of it is, really. That's kind of going to be the bottom line, is how is it processed in the body? How fast is it processed in the body? What kind of metabolites does it create? And how are those metabolites processed? Yeah, I don't know. Possible. Scarf held over her mouth. Yeah, maybe. It was a little linear for it just being a scarf held over her mouth. And that's the thing. It was the actual marks were down here. The marks were not on both sides of her mouth. They were below her mouth. So that indicates where the pressure was on the item was below her mouth. It wasn't on her mouth. One suggestion that somebody made that I thought was pretty good is that big old sweatshirt that she was in. If that was being used to restrain her, she's in that and you're like holding her with that. I could see a situation where like the thing would slip up. If you're like hiding it, holding it real tight to control her, and that could slip up. Maybe something like that. Julie Melvin, I've never seen this many on a live chat. Welcome to the Wild West of the Burkhart stream. We love our free speech here and all our chatters. Gray Hughes, eat your heart out. This is real raw reporting. No biases, all facts. Congratulations, Andrea. Just smile and say thank you. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. That's a kind thing to say. Chrisiella, maybe they wanted the earlier call about the Bible to make it appear that he confessed because he found Jesus. They do seem to want to be going that direction. I mean, that's how they pitched it in their opening. That's really how they tried to tell the story in his opening, that on March 25th he found God, and then on April 3rd he starts to confess. So that's really how they're gonna pitch it. They're gonna overlook this emotional fragility, that's extreme, that he's displaying with his religiosity, the sudden onset of religiosity that's in the notes. Like this is a red flag a little bit, because most people, if you're thinking, I've made mistakes in my life and I'm not happy and I've hurt people and I need to be better, and maybe this is the way for me to go. Like just most people, there's going to be at least like some kind of exploratory period with that. Not always. I mean, some people are just very quick to find new interests and jump right in. Some people like super obsessed with something right away. That's not unheard of for sure. But it's just something that would, somebody goes from 0 to like super, super religious overnight. Not sure that's necessarily normal. I even hesitate to say that just because like what even is normal? We're all so different. We're all so diverse. But it did come up in Dr. Wallace's notes. Sudden religiosity. Like it really happened quickly. So the state, is gonna want to use that to suggest that makes it sincere. The defense has already, I think, kind of indicated, kind of hinted, foreshadowed that their expert is going to have a different opinion about the significance of this religiosity. And I've seen it, you see it way too much in folks who have delusional, psychotic types of disorders. Very common to be hyper religious, very common, and to have a lot of delusions and stuff associated with that. And just to be kind of like a focus, because it's like your one hope, and you're in an environment like this, you're losing your mind. Even if you're not in an environment like this, you're losing your mind. It's frightening. You have something that's supposed to be like a thing to hold on to, help you have a way out. So people who are mentally ill, it's really not that common, not that uncommon, to be kind of like severely hyper religious. And I noticed too, he's got these behaviors. He's got like the Bible and the religiosity. It's like it's important to him. And so I'm just thinking about like the eating the Bible. There was the eating the Bible. There was the Bible that he flushed. I wonder if the Bible that he flushed was the one that he didn't think it was a real Bible because it didn't say Holy Bible. Like that is the type of thing. Yes. Yes, I can absolutely I can think of clients that I've had where I'm like, yeah, I could see that guy doing something like that. Like getting mad, getting offended, thinking it's not a real Bible. Not being able to reason with them about it being a real Bible. So the defense is clearly going to have another side to this whole story. I mean, the jury heard that. The jury heard that kind of onset and the emotion with it, and just they heard about the behavior. They're going to try. I mean, we definitely know the state's going to try. Pixelate me with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that. I just love this username. Let's be realish. Do you think that these upcoming Google searches are the ones from the shared device that were just looking for info about the murders? Would be great to see the state finish with another oversell. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I remembered when I was going back through my notes. It's really the only thing I came across with Google searches was that they were after the murders. They were searches about the murders after the murders. And so I don't know what they're going to be. Maybe somebody out there is already reporting what they were. And so, I mean, I can imagine a situation where you're searching things after the fact that could be incriminating. You know, how do I hide my involvement in the murder of, 2 girls? I can imagine stuff. But just like straightforward interest in it, being interested in the story. I don't know. I don't see that being a problem. I just say, it would be nice to know what the Google searches were that the jury saw, and that's like what closed the state's case at the end of the day. Kimmy K, you're the bomb, Andrea. You call it like you see it. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Richard Allen is innocent and law enforcement are the criminals. There are some freaking monsters, some of these guys that we've seen. These guys are monsters. And they walk around with their little badges with the gall to think that they're the good guys. No, these are not the good guys. Tonics with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much for that. 6 Kids UK. People suffering from a psychotic break also self-sabotage. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Especially when, of course, not everybody who's experiencing psychosis looks the same. And I think some people are generally more emotional people than others. One of the reasons why people like my channel is they're like, you're so calming, Andrea. You're just so calm. And I usually am. I've had my moments of getting a little worked up about what I've seen here. But yeah, for the most part, my mood is pretty even, and I don't feel like I'm exceptionally emotional in my affect. Other people are far more emotional in their affect, and so I think that that can play in too. Just if you're in this state, like we heard him in this state on the phone calls, where he's just from happy to, crying, sobbing. Like that is somebody that is going through a lot of turmoil. And if they are on that side, on that psychosis, that brink of that psychosis, I mean, yeah, I can definitely see how those emotions are going to kind of play a role in how it manifests. And this is a guy. I mean, we've already heard the little hints of it. He cares about what people think of him, and he's been accused of murdering 2 little girls. And tons of people believe it. And he's not sure, if his wife is maybe going to believe it. if his parents are going to believe it, and if they're still going to love him. So I could definitely see a situation where this is a man with a lot of feelings. He's got a lot of guilt. He's got a lot of guilt for things that he's, mistakes he's made in the past. He's struggled with suicide and anxiety. Kind of going to go hand in hand a lot of the time with just low self-worth. You don't think you're good enough. He thinks he's selfish. That's one of the things he fixates on. He's selfish. And yet the notes say he presents as extremely selfless when it comes to his family. Yeah, if you were going crazy and you're struggling with a fear of being selfish, and you've already recognized like this is so hard on your family and maybe they would just be better off without you, and you've had all these thoughts cycling in your head for the last 5 months with no sleep and nothing to do. I mean, yeah, I can see how this happens. I really can. Metal Man, 1432 is when the phone stopped moving. Why are people treating like the time of death? Wasn't she nude? Phone not on person. She could have been alive longer. Yeah, I mean, 1432 is being treated as the time of death because that's the state's theory. That's the state's theory. That's why the phone stopped moving. Because they can't have the girls taking steps anywhere else. If the girls stopped taking steps, of course they didn't go anywhere and they weren't taken anywhere because there wasn't anybody else involved. And, they've got their theory of what happened to make it fit the timeline that they think they can attach to Mr. Allen. So the 1232 is really critical for them because that's when the girls no longer took a step. So I was going through this timeline in my head when I was thinking about this white van and how this would work, because it does present. I mean, to me, it's certainly not impossible, but it is still just sort of an odd timeline because he's following them on the bridge. And so at 2:13, he abducts them, girls down the hill. Girls down the hill. And this is 2:13, and he's going to rape them. That's his plan. The van can't really be there any faster than 2:22, and that's 20 minutes after he clocked out. That's literally like sprint to the car, get in, drive straight home, and there's no traffic. It's the shortest time. You don't stop on the way, all that. Nine minutes he had just unattended with the girls, and he couldn't get anything done in that time. I mean, just what was he doing? What were they doing on the other side of the bridge for 9 minutes? It's unaccounted for before the van shows up, and then he gets scared. So then he orders them across the creek, and he's got 10 minutes then from the van showing up to get them across the creek, get them undressed, get Abby redressed, and kill them in the 10 minutes. 2:32, the phone stopped moving. So that's when they must be, dead or unconscious. And then he's there for another hour and a half. Right? Roughly. I mean, I'm rounding it up a little bit, but like hour and 20 minutes. Because that's when he's got to get back up out of the woods and up onto the street. And it's not very far. The street isn't very far. So what's he doing for all that time? Especially if he was scared, he got scared. So he killed them. But then you're just going to hang out? It's not impossible. It just seems so implausible to me. It really doesn't make sense, and it's just, it just doesn't account for this crime scene. It just doesn't account for this crime scene. Why didn't you cover them with leaves? If your own purpose was to conceal them? Why did we redress Abby at all? If we're trying to rape the girls, so we get them naked, why are we even redressing Abby at all? Why would we take the time? You got scared. You're not going to take the time. Okay, get dressed and then go across the river. But it seems that under the state's theory, she had to be dressed before she went across the river, because that's their whole point, is how the clothes were wet, and how there were, like, not really markings, but different areas of saturation, because this part had started to dry and this one was real wet. It's not impossible, but it's just implausible. It just seems very implausible to me. If you got scared because you saw a van while you're in the middle of trying to rape the girls, why are you getting Abby dressed before you're taking her across the stream? And why would you take them across the stream anyway, if there's a van on that road? The further you go out into the water, the more visible you are going to be to the road, because we've heard all about this steep drop off from the side of the road. The safest place for you to not be visible is to stay on this side of the creek. Stay at the bottom of the embankment, because somebody would have to get out of the car and look down the edge of the road to see you down there. You go out in the middle of the creek, you're right there. They're driving by, you're right there. You're right out in the middle. It's just an improbable theory, I think. Denise Gellner, thank you so much for all that you're going through to get the trial information out to us. You are impressive. Well, thank you. I enjoy doing this kind of work. I picked the profession for a reason, or I should say, really, the profession picked me, because I really didn't. I didn't think I was going to be a lawyer. It probably came as no surprise to anybody else, but it really wasn't in my life plan. It just kind of happened, and it turns out that, yeah, I do like doing this kind of work, and I kind of like a good scrap every once in a while. It's fun. Good to keep my hand in it. Sixth Estate. How confident do each of the attorneys appear at this point? It varies day to day. It really does. Like, Mr. McLellan did not. He at the end of that sad redirect, he did. He looked like a deflated balloon. He did not look confident. He did not look like he felt that he had done a good job. The defense is like, they realize that they are fighting the judge. They're fighting a two-front war. They're having to fight the judge and also fight the prosecuting attorney. And so it's very difficult, I think, for them to have any confidence, because they just don't know really what they're going to be able to do, like what the rules are going to be. The point of having the law is supposed to be so that everyone's on notice of what the rules are. But when you have a judge that just kind of does what she wants, it's very destabilizing. And so there have been moments, certainly, where the defense has had a lot of confidence. I mean, they've appeared like they have a lot of confidence, but it's just not very many. I don't think they have that luxury. I just don't think they have that luxury, because they know at any point this judge can jerk the rug out from under them. Joseph Payne, in Indiana, the corpus delicti rule requires that a confession be accompanied by independent evidence that the crime was committed by the defendant. Okay, so I would like to look this up. And the reason why is because we also have the corpus delicti rule in Washington, and there's various formulations of the corpus delicti rule. The way that our corpus delicti rule works, okay, let me start at the bottom. the corpus delicti, this means the body of the crime. And so what it means is that you can't simply convict somebody on their words alone, because you have to prove that an actual crime has taken place. And they will say a person's words alone are not sufficient to establish that. So there needs to be at least some independent corroboration that a crime has occurred. And so an example of this might be somebody confesses to a murder and there's no body, right? There's no body. A person has gone missing, and somebody confesses to it. Probably isn't going to be enough to establish the corpus delicti. But if they confess to it and they say, I used this knife and I murdered them, and then I took the knife home and I washed it and I bleached it to get rid of the evidence, and then police go to your home and they find that knife and they find that it's been bleached, that might be enough corroboration to establish that that a crime actually happened, that what you are describing in some material way, some material part of it, not just a random thing like I drove there in a blue car that I have, and they go and they're like, oh wow, you have a blue car. No, it can't be innocuous facts. It does have to be something fairly central to the crime. But it's all really just about proving that a crime occurred, that we're not just relying on your word, because people can be crazy and delusional and confess to things that they didn't do. So it doesn't always require corroboration of the actual confession. It just requires something that substantiates that a crime took place. And here, that's not difficult. We have 2 dead girls, you know. So I wish I had the time to do more of this stuff. You know, it's just the frustrating part about this coverage is not having the opportunity to dig in and do the research. Because I would like to see very specifically what is Indiana's formulation of the corpus delicti rule. It seems like this is a lawyer thing. This is a thing I wonk out about. You know, this has been my life and my job for almost 2 decades, is these fine details about things like that. So if that is the case, you know, that they have to corroborate the defendant's own confession somehow, or some connection, some link, you know, between the defendant and the crime. For this purpose, it would probably, the magic bullet is probably enough for that. It's probably enough for that. Because it's not a concrete proof. There is no concrete proof in the law, right? You're just always kind of dealing with things that people might believe, or they might give weight, or they might discount. You don't really know. And so the focus is really on just, do you have something that you can proffer that if they believed it, that would be enough? And so I think in that situation, the magic bullet would probably get him there, because they got the voodoo science saying it came from his gun. And even though, you know, we can sit out here and know that it's junk, the law treats it like it isn't. The law says the jury gets to decide whether it's junk or not. So thank you for that. I do appreciate that. I would love to follow up on that. And hopefully I don't forget over the coming days. Alex Worth is a YouTube member. Welcome. Beer 30 Lacrosse. Andrea, can they call Weber as a witness where he was? Yes, they absolutely can. And it appears that they intend to do that. That's why they subpoenaed him at the end of his cross-examination yesterday. And he walked out of that room with that paper right in his face. Yeah, they subpoenaed him. Kari Mache, do you need anything at this point? All I need is just a little bit more sleep, and that's it. I'm in a good place. I'm in a good place. Looking forward to another sleep-in Sunday, Saturday afternoon, even, you know, get a little time off. But things are good, and we're making progress. And I'm at the point now where I'm so engaged in this. I've been waiting for this defense case. You know, I do have high expectations. Like, don't get me wrong. I might be disappointed. But I do. Like, there's just been enough funny business here. Seen this trap be laid. There's so many little hints of things, so many little hints of things. It does just make me wonder what they got up their sleeves. So I'm energized right now because I'm excited about where we're at in the process. Odin's daughter, Anna Lee. The state is terrified of the coming lawsuit from RA. They have to make these charges stick. Even if the charges stick, the lawsuit is coming. They can't treat a man like that in prison, even if he is convicted. Even if he did these things, you don't get to treat them like that. This is why we have an Eighth Amendment, because we are supposed to be better than the people that we are punishing by putting them in prison. And so when you behave like a tin pot dictator and just subject them to this inhumane condition, torture them, yeah, you're no better. You're no better. So he gets to sue if he's inclined, you know, he's got a lawyer to take it on. These are not suits that I do, but I just have a hard time seeing how he doesn't have one, given how much is already out there. I mean, they knew what they were doing. They knew the effect that it was having on him, and they did nothing about it. And they knew that it violated their policy. Like, this is just, it's like game over. You had a policy specifically for this reason, and you ignored it, and you got exactly the consequences that led you to adopt the policy in the first place. We should be done here. So I think making the charges stick is really just at this point. I don't know that it's about being scared of the lawsuit. There's just been too much shady. There's been too much shady for me to not suspect that some people are worried about their skins, worried about saving their skins now. We've seen them lie. We've seen them lie. So what else? What else are they afraid of? What else? What else are they doing that isn't on the up and up, because they're so convinced that they're the good guys? So whatever they do is the right thing. B, don't see how the van is a shooting gun, a smoking gun. To me, it's nothing but another example of prosecution overreaching on non-specific info. Prius 2.0. Yeah, I mean, they're relying on this. They're really relying on this coincidence. You know, if it was just he said that there's a van and they can't place a van there, but that's why they've gone to Brad Weber to put the van there, so that they can say there's no coincidence. It would be extraordinary. He just happened to know right at the right time that there's a van there. In and of itself, the van is fairly meaningless, but if they could place a van there, yeah, it makes it a lot stronger. It does. It does. But I don't think that van is going to stay there for very long. Alex Worth, Andrea, you are appreciated. It has been extremely painful to hear others completely ignore horrifying issues in this justice process. These things are so important to the success of our society. Yeah, I agree. And there's no way, from my perspective, that you can be talking about this case and the story of this case without addressing that. That's the elephant in the room. I mean, we heard it. We heard it in their own testimony. We heard it in their own documents. We've heard it in these phone calls. We've watched them distort things and skew things and lie about things. You think I have any faith in this enhanced video at this point? No. No, if they're able to just go and enhance things and use them as evidence, what on earth is stopping them from just doing whatever they want to it? God, I hope the defense has their own expert. Somebody who can get these original the enhanced files and see what's been done. Really hope they got that. Valencia's mom, did they show a picture of Brad Weber's white van? So there is a picture of the white van in evidence. We did not get to see it because it's just a paper photo, but the jury has seen it. It's a 2000 Ford Econoline white van. That's about all we know about it. So an extremely nondescript van. It's like, it's like every other delivery van, before the Sprinter kind of became the new everyday delivery van. Extremely common van, common work van. PDF photography. Do we think Brad W. will show up or skip town, and will that hurt the defense? Feel like cops in this town will tell him to get lost. Well, they might. If he doesn't show up now that he has been subpoenaed, they have to check Indiana law. Speaking in general terms, I would expect that they would be entitled to ask for and get a material witness warrant for him. Possible if a witness shows up, they can get an adverse witness instruction. Probably not in this case. You'd have to show you typically have to show that the other party is in some way to blame for the witness not being there before you can get an adverse witness instruction, but it can be a little bit different in criminal cases sometimes. And you can just assume that a person who is under a duty to appear, who hasn't appeared, isn't there because it would be bad. Yeah, they might want him to disappear. I don't know if they could get it in through the cop. I mean, it's hearsay. It's hearsay, but I think their argument would be, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're not saying specifically that he was there at 3:30. We're saying you can't believe what he says because he's given different accounts. And we don't know if either of these are true or if none of these are true. They might be able to get it in that way. That's probably how I'd try if Brad Weber vanished. I think that would probably work. Your Honor, it's immaterial to us if he was actually there at 3:30, 2:30, 10:30, 11:30. The point here is that he has put the van in multiple places at multiple times. So his account of where the van is unreliable. And Mr. Rosie's already kind of hinted at that. If he's not reliable, if you find that he's not reliable, that's really all they need to go for, is they just need to discredit him. Oh, convenient that originally he's nowhere near this crime scene at the time that the police are interested in. And for 7 years, he's nowhere near the crime scene. But then suddenly on the eve of trial, I mean, I think that's how they go at it too. They want Brad Weber, certainly. But really it's about impeaching the officers, especially this Mr. Harshman. You looked at all these reports? This one of the reports you looked at? This part of the basis of your decision to go and revisit Brad Weber? And you saw on here, you were very concerned about the timeline, and this actually told you the timeline. It told you that he wasn't there. It told you he was there much later. But you went and talked to him anyway, and you got him to change your story. So, I mean, I think there's multiple ways that they can get at it. So it's not like a death blow or anything, but yeah, it's definitely, they would prefer that. They would prefer that. But, Brad Weber I mean, he was a very odd duck. Very odd duck. And you know, the problem is he's just placed himself at the crime scene at the time of the murder, which is, you know, isn't that why everyone was screaming that Richard Allen is guilty? Because he placed himself on the trail going out to the first platform of the bridge. But he put himself there. He said, this guy put himself on the side of the bridge where the girls had just been abducted moments before with his van. When the girls' cell phones then just went out of range. By the way, they also looked at your gun. Couldn't rule it out. Brad Weber is an odd duck, and so I'm not sure like that the pieces really connect. I mean, I'm just not sure that everything is firing up. I mean, it's clearly not firing the way that it is for people that we would call normal. But it might cross his mind. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to put myself at the scene of a murder. Nicole Watt, thank you so much for your hard work and dedication to bring this trial to the public. Absolutely. The public needs to see this. True crime junkie, solitary confinement for 13 months, that equals torture. It does indeed. No disagreement from me on that. Stadeka, is there enough meat on the appellate bone to make this trial court trivial? And if not, what would make it so? The standards on appeal are just enormously deferential to the trial court, especially when it comes comes to decisions where the trial court has a lot of discretion. So evidentiary decisions, factual findings, things like that, the trial court gets its way a lot of the time. It's hard to get those reversed, but not impossible. This whole third-party culprit issue, that would be reviewed under an abusive discretion standard. Give me a second. But one way that you can make some hay in those types of situations is if you can establish that the trial court just didn't understand the law, or the trial court misapplied the law, misapplied the standard, applied the wrong standard. And so in this particular case, like there was the example of that today when Mr. Rosie was arguing the rule of completeness, because he got her on record, saying, I don't think the rule of completeness applies here because we're talking about two separate phone calls. And he's saying the rule specifically says you can consider separate documents. Like it specifically says you can introduce other things. You're not just limited to the one statement. The question is it needed to fairly put the other thing into context? So that's a good situation where she by her oral ruling seems to not be applying the correct legal standard. That makes it a lot easier to win those types of rulings. And so with the third-party culprit stuff, standard is a direct link. We got people confessing. We got people with links to one of the victims, and with these, linked to these odinous practices that people have testified this crime looks like. You got a guy who lives right there. Body's found on his property, and he gets somebody to make up an alibi for him. These are pretty direct links. So it looks like, while this is a difficult standard on appeal, it's not impossible. And the problem is, if you as a judge are just going to do what you want and disregard the law, then you're going to be found to have abused your discretion, more often. than somebody who diligently applies it, and maybe just, maybe you disagree with how they weigh things or the conclusions they draw from it, but they are at least, they're at least acknowledging that the rule says you can bring in other stuff. But they don't want the trial courts to be trivial. The appellate courts don't want to be doing the job of the trial courts. They just want to be there. They want the trial courts to run smoothly, and occasionally there will be hitches because, nothing is perfect and no system is perfect. And so then they will step in and correct those hitches, but they don't expect that to be very common. And so it's hard to convince them. It's hard to get them to see in a situation like this, where you've got just such a problem. It's hard for them to see that that's a problem. Now she's already had a writ against her. Fingers crossed she'll get another. You got to think that would give people a little bit of a heads up, that they would know what they're dealing with if this case lands on their desk on appeal. AJ Charles, as a mental health professional that worked in chaplaincy, I can tell you that a spiritually sincere conversion can take place. It's much like AA or NA person having that personal epiphany. It can be sincere. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, I do. I believe that. And I think that's all. Honestly, it's fairly common that somebody has a sudden kind of, conversion experience like that. I don't know that that's necessarily rare in and of itself. To me, it's, and you would know more than I am. It's just that the presentation of it with this emotional lability, that's what concerns me. That's what seems like maybe not normal. And it's not necessarily even that the religious conversion is insincere. It's that the problem is the emotional ability, and that the religious belief is kind of now a trigger for that. It's something that they are able to use to have that emotional processing that seems to be unhealthy. I don't know if I said that very well or kind of explained what I'm thinking very well, but that's just that's the red flag that I see. But I think you're absolutely right. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that. Sincere sudden conversion can take place. Laura Bronson, go get some sleep, kiddo. I will very soon. We're almost done here. I got to go through all of them, guys. You keep putting them up here. I got to go through them. It's just, I'm stubborn like that. We're going to look at them all because I appreciate you guys and your support. Picus Palace, chloroform can cause injury to skin, but if the marks were described as faint lines, that seems unlikely. Surprising that no toxicology was done. No, there was toxicology done. He said it was sent off. They just never testified to anything at all about the results. And so that tells me there's nothing significant in the results from the toxicology. I mean, I suppose, okay, so what's our alternative? Okay, maybe they did get toxicology and they buried it. Let's say they buried it because there's something in there. There's chloroform in there. Why? I mean, does it necessarily defeat their case against Richard Allen if they develop a theory that Richard Allen used chloroform? He's a pharmacy tech. They could probably use that to their advantage, How many people would even know, let alone have access and know about administration and dosage? Like they could totally twist that to make him look guilty. I do wonder. I wonder if we'll hear. I wonder if the defense has a pathologist. There's just so many things like that because we know that they have been so strapped for resources. Just don't know what they've had access to. But that would be a good question. If they had a pathologist, had their own crime scene guy. I mean, I don't know. Iron Rabbit sent tablet money on PP. Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Tim Downing, lots of dirty cops. Where is FBI? I'm like looking at all these people in the back of the room going, could you be FBI? You should be FBI. Like, if there's anybody, any cops that should be flooding this room while all this is going on, it's FBI. When, how can they come in? Please, with Weekend Near, try to get to Ivanhoe's over in Upland, locally famous. Let me write it down. Take my little notes of things that I will follow up on in Upland. I will check that out. When and how can they come in? It just depends on what their reason is for coming in. They don't have a basis to come in and just take over a local murder that doesn't have a federal hook. Their way in is through corruption. Their way in is through this shady law enforcement stuff. You know, they're getting kicked. They know if they're getting kicked off of the case. You know, when they're looking at the phones, they're going to know that. And yeah, that is going to be suspicious. That isn't normal. Like, yes, turf wars are normal. But like, we're going to kick you and all of your resources off this brutal murder case that we haven't solved. No, I mean, normally you just, it sucks when people have conflicts like that and personality disputes and whatever, but you suck it up, you deal with it because you need the FBI. You need them. So if they didn't need them and didn't need their resources in this small town that's getting, they're getting some support from ISP, sure, but I mean, the FBI's resources are really unparalleled. And so when they're offering those to you and you're like, no, thanks, we'd rather use our cell phone guy who's, turning it on and playing with the apps and causing things to be deleted. They're going to smell that something's off. I just feel like they would know, and that they would have seen at some point somehow, how the sausage is made. And so that to me seems like if the FBI is going to get involved, that's the avenue. It's either that or it's this Westville stuff. This Westville stuff, that is serious. That is serious. I mean, I'm not going to be naive enough to think that if they would treat Richard Allen like this, that they don't treat probably pretty much everybody there pretty badly. And we already know about lots of lawsuits. You guys gave me a ton of the ones to follow up on. And I was hearing about more today. Somebody was saying there might be that the DOJ got involved with Westville. I don't know. I got to look that up. Is it something about, is there a consent decree? Did they go down that kind of road? I don't know. So that can be the federal hook in, following this, why did they unprecedented detain a man who had not been convicted of a crime in solitary confinement in a max prison and violate their own policies? Why would you do that? That's really the path in. And so you wouldn't know until they did something. You wouldn't know until they struck. God, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it in the court. Oh, imagine. Wouldn't that be exciting? But no, I won't feed the conspiracy. But it's just a fun thing to think about. Odin's daughter, Anna Lee, every state witness provided reasonable doubt. Let me look at my my list of the witnesses. It's incomplete now because we've had more, but yeah, there just weren't really great ones. I mean, I didn't have a huge problem. with the DNR guy. Rayleigh Voorhees, Brianne Wilbur, and Betsy Blair really didn't have a problem with them. But yeah, their whole problem is they undermined the state's theory with their description of somebody who sounds nothing like Richard Allen. The original guys who like secured stuff. Pat Brown seemed okay. Like, yeah, but I mean, I know what you mean. It's just, it's very few. It's very few. And then just the family, really. Those very early witnesses that were really there to just tell us about the last day with Abby and Libby, and how they got dropped off and how they got, lost, and then the search and how they got found, and then what they found. That all seemed okay. It's just that it never pointed anywhere. It doesn't get you to Richard Allen. So then with the stuff that the witnesses that were actually there to provide that link between this crime scene that we found and Richard Allen, those are the ones that have all kinds of problems. Either the witness themselves have problems, or their testimony is just problematic for the state. State never brought in anybody to put his car in that lot. And so we already know the defense is going to be able to bring in Betsy Blair. She's in the time frame. He's not in that lot. And the defense warned us in the opening statement, they're going to have to shift their theory. So what are they going to do? Are they going to say, well, he said there was that other lot he could have parked there? That hasn't been your theory. And that's not what you told us in opening. And so, yeah, now you're having to adjust because Betsy Blair isn't going to put his car there. Julie Melvin, Andrea, you have renewed my hope in everything I've investigated by boots on the ground from beginning. You validated all I've known, learned, and thought from the beginning. I see, yet have been attacked by the blind, but not for you. Thank you. You see what you see, and if there's one service that I think I can give, I do call things how I see them. I'm not going to be gaslit. I'm just not. Like, I'm sorry. You think I'm stupid? I'm not going to be gaslit. I know what I know. I know what I saw. I know what I think about it. And I'm willing to communicate all of that. And so I feel like there's probably always been a lot of people like this is not, I don't think that this is new, that this whole situation looks sketch. For the people that have been aware of even just the 10,000-foot view of the backstory, keeping him in the prison. Not letting him put on his defense, those little things, these are alarming to people. And so I feel like that's always been there. It's just that sometimes people, especially if their position is contrary to the mainstream, they feel alone. And so it takes something to be able to break that. That's the preference cascade. I talk about that on my channel. It's comes out of it's this idea that they use a lot to talk about the Soviet Empire, and how, because very propaganda driven empire. And so, and just, severe repression for going against the orthodoxy. And so everybody would be scared to say what they really thought, because, you're going to be punished, and you're just afraid that you're alone because people aren't speaking openly. But once they realize that actually other people do feel that way, it creates a big cascade. People become less afraid to say what they think and to stand up and say, yeah, me too. Spartacus. And I think that's what we're seeing here. I think we've seen a lot of people who have been, especially like if you're in this community and, you know, there's consequences potentially for going against the narrative. I can see how people would not necessarily want to speak up. And so now that it's all coming out, I'll call it like I see it. And if that helps other people who have seen it that way, who have been, you know, who have been maybe afraid to say what they really thought, I hope that I can help them. I hope that I can help them say, yeah, I see, you know what, I see it that way too. And it's okay, because we're not crazy. We're not crazy. We're just refusing to be gaslit. We're refusing to accept the story that our betters, our superiors, the ones that want to assume to themselves the authority to make the decisions for us, we're not going to accept that, because this is America. This is America. And just because you got a badge doesn't make you God. And so we always have the freedoms of our own mind and our own conscience. And that's why I like following trials together with people. And, you know, the views coalesce, and it's just, it can be a really unifying experience. Glenn F., thank you for everything. It's my pleasure. I'm very happy to help. John Corman, thank you for your coverage. The state's treatment of Richard Allen is abhorrent. It is indeed. The interrogators promised they would go after his wife, and they did. Yeah, they did, through him. At the end of this, can you give her a hug for us? If she is interested in that, I'd be happy to. I know not everyone's a hugger, and I just hope that, anything that she needs, whatever she needs in whatever form, I just want her to know that I will be there for her. Donna Brack, Andrea, thank you for your continued coverage of this trial. You are shedding a lot of light on this case. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You guys are helping, you guys showing up and supporting. You guys are helping. You're getting the word out. You're bringing more eyes here. We're all doing this together. Evelyn Jensen, I've heard Keegan Kline is on the defense's list. Do you think they will call him still, considering they can't talk about third-party involvement? Live here in Florida outside of Delphi. Thanks for covering. Yeah, I don't know what they would be able to do with him other than bring up his own, self-incrimination. They might try to work on some of this, work around the perimeter of some of this third-party stuff by going to the investigative decisions. Like, we're not saying he did it. We're saying that the police messed up by how they handled it when he came up. They mishandled it. I doubt that she's really going to appreciate that type of nuance, though. So yeah, I don't necessarily see a way for them to get anything out of Keegan Kline unless, they got something from him that I don't know. Impeachment maybe, or something. I just don't have any idea. In and of itself, yeah, he seems to be going pretty straight to the third party culprit. So may not end up seeing him brought over. PDF photography. Isn't it odd to publish Google searches to a jury without explaining them what they were being given, even if just for the record, just handed them paper? Yeah, literally just handed them paper and they read it. No sponsoring witness. Just here it is. That's why I really want to see what's on that Google certification. I want to see, like, what is the significance of this thing, because that's kind of what's important. What were police looking for? What was the time frame and what they were looking for? Who were they looking for it from? And does this certification describe what they actually got? Is this all of it? Is this it at all? those are the questions I have that the certification should answer, but not able to see it. Yes, this is very, very unusual to just get an exhibit in and walk in and hand it to the jury. Very unusual. Muzerlina V, thanks for watching the watchers. Consider this a gift for the coffee fund or a glass of wine. Thank you. Stay strong for us, please. I will. You don't have to worry about that. I've had some amazing help from some amazing line sitters. Like really, that's what's making so much of this possible. These people are amazing. People are coming from all over. Like it's really been incredible to see. The whole line situation has just been such a nightmare, and it's getting worse because it's just starting earlier and earlier and earlier. You pretty much got to be there now. Like when court gets out the day before, the line is starting to grow, or starting to get established already, and so. It's possible we'll hit a lull and there won't be as many people. And so you can still, if you come later, yes, you'll be at the end of the line, but the end of the line will still make it into the courtroom. That kind of has been the trend that we've been moving towards over the past few days. But it's a risk, and so if we don't want to take the risk, then pretty much you got to be there like super crazy early. And so I wouldn't be able to be doing all of this if it weren't for you guys stepping up and supporting what I'm doing and helping me. Like I need you to help me with it. Because I can't do both. I can't stream here to let you know what's going on. I can't be there in line and doing all this at the same time. I can't be doing the writ and doing all this. Like, so it really is. It's a group thing. Like I'm not an island. I've needed all of you to help me push this thing forward. And so I'm very grateful for all of you. Very grateful. If you're interested and available to help me line sit, we do still have the sign up sheet. We should be getting close to the end of the road. I mean, I know that in calendar terms, we are like just slightly over halfway. So we've made a lot of progress, and now we're on the downhill slide. So if that's something that you can help with, I would very much appreciate it. We've got the sign up sheet in the description, and that would be an enormous help. Maria Gomez, do you think there is any correlation to RA being charged around election time and the Odinism cover up? The cops seem sus. They do indeed seem very sus. They seem very sus. Like there's a reason why they're acting like this. And there's a reason for just, to me, what appear to be very odd decisions that were made. I don't understand some of these clearance decisions. We're going to stop looking at these people for reasons that don't seem to make sense and don't seem to be in accord with the same kind of standard that they apply to, like Richard Allen. They got alibis that are basically like, well, I said I was there, and that's pretty much it. They got alibis that are like, they're really good up to this point in time, but that's not the only window. That's not the only window of opportunity. It's not the only time that this crime could have taken place. The only reason why you're saying that's the time the crime took place is because you didn't look at all the cell phone data originally, for one thing. And now you're just so invested in making it fit Richard Allen. So a lot of those decisions that look particularly sus to me, and it doesn't look like the same standard is being applied to Richard Allen as has been applied to some of these other suspects. Bottom line. And so, yeah, there has to be a reason for that. I don't know what it is, but it's sus. With the jury being sequestered, do you think they could have sympathy towards RA? Yeah, you know what? I've thought about that too. Like they're stuck there, but they even, like, it maybe has even crossed their mind, that like they at least get to have their social contact with each other, and they get to have regular ongoing phone contact with their families, and good meals and a nice bed and all this stuff like that. It does. It seems like it would be very easy for it to cross their minds that, you know what, I've been like ripped out of my home and away from my family and my normal life. And so was this man. And yet look at how different our circumstances are. I can totally see that. Drea X, any idea on funds available for the defense? Experts are expensive. Karen Reed owes about $5 million defending her innocence. Great work. It's extremely expensive. And I mean, we know, I don't know what like the current status is. I just, I'm aware that they have already raised this issue that the court, because this is an indigent case, it's at public expense. So he's got to go to court to get approval for funding, for public funding to get experts. And so he's already filed a motion that's challenging some of those decisions, arguing it's not enough, that the court has like arbitrarily, not given them what they need. She's deprived them of experts that are kind of like baseline necessary to be able to investigate and defend the state's case. Like if the state has a DNA analyst, I need a DNA expert because I can't read their file and know if they did everything right. I need somebody who knows how to do that. And so if the court doesn't give me a DNA expert, we're just basically saying, as a matter of law, the state's evidence is unchallengeable, and that's not right. So I know that they had already raised those types of issues. Of course, it went nowhere. The court doesn't care, and they were doing private fundraising to try to get funding for experts. So I hope some of that has been able to be resolved. I really do, because it is very, very important in this case. That's the kind of thing that they're going to need to be able to pick this apart around the edges, Find the sketchy stuff and dig into the sketchy stuff. We can look into it and we can sniff it, but I don't have the expertise to, for example, get into that enhanced video and look at exactly what they did from the data and evaluate. Oh, is this on the up and up, or is this sketch as hell? 6 Kids UK. I hear an FBI cell phone expert offered to double check the state work and Holman said no. Issue is I can't remember where. I think it came up on, I think it might have come up on Cross. It might have come up on Bunner. That would be day 7. Let me see if I can find Bunner real fast. No. Yes. Because they have been rather limited, the defense, in their ability to impeach on the issue of the FBI. The defense keeps trying to bring it up about the FBI's involvement, and we know, of course, about FBI's involvement, but it's been very little. I know we heard about it at some point. I mean, at least the FBI. I don't see it in Bunner. But it's just hinted. It's just really hinted. I mean, the biggest hint that there's something else going on is that they have the original Abbey on the Bridge photo. Because we heard from the state's experts, they couldn't find it. They couldn't get it off her phone. So where did the defense get the original photo? Can they get it from Snapchat? I mean, they can get a photo from Snapchat. I just don't know that it would be the same thing if it's going to have, it's going to be That wouldn't be the original. It would be Snapchat's, like, I don't want to say overwrite because I don't know the words for for computer stuff. But it would be the photo after Snapchat did whatever Snapchat does to it. There's just these hints that they got stuff, you know? They were able to get stuff. The video forensic. Yeah, I guess it wasn't during Bunner. I don't know. But I mean, yes, I feel like I have heard that too. I feel like I have heard that during this trial. Like, it came out in a cross. I think they denied it, or they're like, I don't know anything about that or something. But yes, I also feel like I heard that. It's just there's so much stuff buried in so many different places. It's hard to track it down, and when we don't have time, to be able to really dig through it. It's a challenge. Pamela Wolf with a super chat. Thank you so much. Catacomb Ron with a super sticker. The Squid, what does the state cops have on Weber, or what did they promise him? Yeah, $1 million question. Normal people don't change their story to practically incriminate themselves at the behest of the state. Very good point. Very good point. Well, we know they have his gun. Yeah, I gotta wonder what they have. I gotta wonder what the motivation is. Lisa Shelton, police get rid of FBI. Do you think they were hiding or embarrassed of their negligence, didn't want them to tap into the treatment of Richard Allen, or hiding something completely more sinister? You don't get rid of the FBI because you're embarrassed. You don't get rid of the FBI because you're embarrassed and well-intentioned. If you're well-intentioned, yes, you welcome the FBI resources, and even though it can be a pain to work with them, and there's the turf wars and all that stuff, you tolerate it because it is for the greater good of solving crime. So when you're getting rid of the FBI, there's something else going on. It's either there's like too much ego stuff going on here, and somebody can't tolerate, and other people having opinions, which happens. It's conflict over approaches. The FBI is wanting to pursue things that you don't want to pursue. That can be like control freak, and that can be nefarious. This just stinks. The problem is it just stinks. With this murder in this community, I can't think of a good reason, like a good, well-intentioned reason to get rid of the FBI. I gotta feel like the only reason you would get rid of the FBI is because you don't want their resources on the case. Their resources on the case are a problem. Peggy O, do you think there's enough for felony murder? I don't see it. I mean, they have to prove it's him. They have to prove he kidnapped them. They have to prove he's bridge guy. And I don't think they've done that. I don't think they've done that at all. It doesn't match the description. And we're supposed to go with Harshman says it's his voice. Please. Charlie Lynn, this is like Lally saying, Karen said Brian and Colin Albert smashed John O'Keefe's head into her taillight when she was indicating who was culpable, and it's a joke. Yeah. When they take the stuff out of context and distort it to try to make you look bad. That's absolutely. These guys are cut from the same cloth. Pamela Wolf with the super chat. Thanks for your support. Amy Granger, tall, muscular man, all in black with mask, curly hair. Take bridge guy out. Witnesses in Coburger and this case match geographically far away. Yeah, it's true. It's kind of funny. It is. It is a little far away. They are both nice. We don't know anything yet about the, what it looks like over there in Idaho. We just know it was a knife involved. Perry with the super sticker. Thank you for that. AJ Charles, something for your bubble bath at the end of trial or a Sunday night. I'm going to really look forward to that. It's going to be very pleasant. The Posh Planet. I can just see the mayor telling LE, I don't care who you get, but pin this on someone. I'm tired of hearing people ask about these kids. I think this goes high. Be careful, Andrea. I think it does too. I mean, I am very suspicious of the timing with the election. Very suspicious of the timing with the election, especially a contested election. It is very suspicious because, yes, of course, it's going to cross your mind. Of course, it's going to cross your mind that if you solve this crime, that might benefit your election. Nobody's saying that that's your purpose. So why would you be so defensive about that? Of course, it's just logical. It is very suspicious. And just when you combine that with all the other circumstances, they were looking for a fall guy. Richard Allen knew that right off the bat. Not going to be the fall guy. Well, they were going to make him the fall guy, whether he liked it or not. AJ Charles, when I would go home from the state prison unit, I'd feel guilty about my pillows at night. I can. It's not a good place. It's just not a good place. You know, it's not good for the soul to be in a place like that. Like, and I mean, for everybody that's in there, it's not good for the offenders. It's not good for the staff. And so it's just wild to me that we continue to do this. We're just we're just stuck with it. There really does have to be a better way. Sunny Jenny, I appreciate your defense lawyer take on this case. Thank you so much. You make me want to go back to school to fight these fights. You can always go back to school. It's never too late. Never too late to go back to law school. Truth and transparency. Andrea, the truth train coming. Choo choo. I'll see you Sunday evening. If you are around, join us for dinner. Great job, AB. I will see what I am up to Sunday. I'm not totally sure at this point. Amaranta Arcadia Castillo Gomez, thank you for all your effort and courage. Is there some kind of NGO of human rights that can help to check all these human rights violations? Hugs. Amnesty, like Amnesty International, maybe. I mean, this is bad. This stuff is bad. It's just that, you know, there are a lot of bad situations in a lot of places. A lot of the NGOs and stuff like that focus on this type of work, they do tend to be internationally focused, and so it is hard for me to say, you know, focus on us over here in America when there's, you know, places in like Pakistan that have Syria, you know, that have like real. I'm not saying this isn't real. It's just that, you know, the scale and the scope and everything is far beyond what we have here. And just we have the resources and, at least in theory, the freedom that we should be able to manage it. I just don't know why we can't. Why our institutions are so gridlocked with that stuff. But it's just a hard thing to do. Just a hard thing to do. Jennifer Ferguson. Hey, Jennifer. If it is proven that the facts on the PCA were incorrectly presented, can the writer be charged with a crime? No, typically not. Typically not. This is the type of thing that they will bring out in the Franks motion. But I mean, there's not a crime. There's not a crime on the books. That's when law enforcement lies to violate somebody's privacy. Now, there's conspiracy to violate somebody's civil rights. That's a federal crime. It just doesn't really get pursued very often. It tends to be, I'm not even sure if it's really been pursued outside of situations of like racial discrimination, like we're going to keep Black people from voting, stuff like that. I don't know that it gets applied really in situations like this, but in terms of the language of the statute, not really any reason why it shouldn't. Conspiracy to deprive somebody of their civil rights. So I'd put that one out there. All the more reason why the FBI needs to be over here taking a look at this stuff, because it is. It's a mess. It's appalling. Shouldn't be happening. But otherwise, no. Generally, if law enforcement is lying, they might suffer some kind of HR, some kind of internal investigations issue, and we've seen how that plays out over there in Massachusetts. They get a little slap on the wrist with their paid leave. They get a free vacation. And then what did Buchanan get? He had to forfeit 8 vacation days or something like that. Was it even that many? I mean, it's toothless. It's toothless. It's not real. And really the only reason they do that is because it's just become so overt that the cop is going to get impeached. He's going to be impeachable. So he's making them look bad, and you can't, you kind of burn him for being able to use him in court. You got to use other people that annoys them. It makes them have to find other coverage and work harder and so forth. So Donna Brack, did LE do any search of Brian Weber's home? I don't believe they have said that. Now, I don't remember. I don't think they had a search warrant for his home. I don't remember that they did. They did for Ron Logan. They went and searched Ron Logan's place, but I don't remember. I don't think they did for Brad Weber. I'm not exactly sure how they got his gun, though. And they obviously got his gun somehow. They knew that he had it. Yeah, there's so many details in this case. It's so hard to track. It's so hard to track all of them. Not 100% sure. Jennifer Stackowitz with the super chat. Thank you so much for that. 6 kids UK. I'm a barrister in London, and this offends me from a distance. It reeks of political interference. Yeah, it's very offensive. It's very offensive. And it does. It's just so needless. And the problem is just we've seen more of this dirty culture from the folks at the top than we've really seen from the line people. Like I was saying, the people that kind of showed up and processed the crime scene and stuff like that. There's nothing like obviously problematic about them. Not that I remember. They just seem to be dudes trying to do their job. But it's these guys at the top. The master sergeant, master trooper who testified today, the sheriff, the commander at the Idaho State Police. These are the guys at the top, and they're the ones that are being dishonest. They're distorting things. They're using these discredited techniques. They're getting on the stand and just gaslighting us. Like that's where the culture is coming from. The culture is at the top. And so when those problems and that culture is at the top, I'm gonna be concerned about how and why the power has managed to accumulate there. Like what is it that's enabling that to happen? For people to rise to that position and seemingly all share these deeply problematic attitudes and behaviors. Kari Mache, I lived in Syria. People are better there, actually. Oh, great. Yeah, I've heard bad things about Assad, but what do I know? I haven't lived there. Don't believe American and British propaganda thrown around by Dick Cheney. Yeah, It's a very good point. It's a very good point. I will say, when I said Syria, I was thinking about Assad, and I have heard some pretty bad things, but I heard Syria. Yeah, I remember. I don't know when you were there. Syria didn't used to have the kind of reputation or notoriety, whatever you want to call it, that it does now. Very very safe place to live. Damascus was gem of a city. I would have loved to have seen Damascus, but don't think that is going to be on the table in the near future. Not Sandow. Law enforcement generally has QI and no legal duty to assist. You do the math on who is a servant. Absolutely. Yep, that's the bottom line. Qualified immunity. They suffer no consequences, no personal consequences for wrongdoing, like deliberate wrongdoing. Very rare. And yeah, you call the police have no obligation to do anything at all. You are at their mercy. So they have neither responsibility nor accountability. They just have power and the opportunity to wield it really however they choose. So that probably goes a lot to that issue about the power accumulating, and it's trite, the old saying, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so it's very difficult. It's very difficult to resist that. You need special people of special character to resist that. And I'm sure that there are some out there, but it's just so tempting. It's just so tempting. And it's almost like in the nature of the position, you have to be ambitious, and you have to probably be a bit cutthroat in your ambition to rise to that point. So it's almost like built in. It's almost baked in a little bit. That it's going to be people with maybe not necessarily a lot of self-reflection and empathy, and yeah, not a lot of those good, soft, communal types of qualities that are going to land in these jobs. And then they're in the top. They have the power. They can do what they want. They set the culture, and it's all downhill from there. So yeah, I think that probably is a lot of it. All right, guys, we need the notepad count. So today was, because we had all of those big chunks, it did cut me down. So I'd say I'm probably about 15 pages short of a notepad. I'm starting to accumulate my extra pages here. I'd say I have at least two notepads of extra pages here in all of these. So we're at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We're at 15. I'd say take off 2 for the extra pages. So we're about 13 pages in. Not too bad. Not too shabby. A lot has happened. Guys, it's late. I'm going to get this writ filed. I mean, check to make sure I can get this writ filed and get myself off to bed. Get there bright and early, back again tomorrow. I'm like losing track of the days. Is tomorrow Friday? I think tomorrow's Friday, right? Tomorrow's Friday. One of these days it'll be Sunday, and I may not even notice. I will, because they'll let me out early Saturday. That'll be my clue. But I am going to go get some rest now. It'll be nice to get a few more hours than I've been accustomed to over the last few days. So we'll get through it, guys. It's just a temporary thing, and it's what we got to do to keep the eyes on this thing, keep the story out. It needs to happen. It's very, very important. So I, once again, just appreciate all of you for your support. Appreciate all of you for being here. Appreciate all the line sitters. Appreciate you mods. Appreciate the husband who's really holding down the home fort and still coming in here and helping me take care of these streams and supporting me in the background to help keep this going. So I am so excited for this defense case. It's going to really motivate me to get right out of bed in the morning. So look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, and hopefully we have something fun, something new, something interesting, maybe something we weren't expecting. I'm hoping for these things. Maybe I'll have those for you tomorrow. So with that, guys, have a good night, and I will see you next time.